Section 1 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Greenman. January 21, 1890. ELSIE LESLIE. Review of opening of The Prince and the Pauper. Amusements. Elsie Leslie. The new entertainment offered at the Broadway Theater last night, and to be seen there, we believe, for some weeks to come, demands some description, but only as a matter of news. It is only an insignificant relation to the dramatic art, and one would waste energy and patience to treat of it from a critical point of view. Miss Elsie Leslie has not perceptibly increased in stature. Her hair is as plentiful and beautiful as ever. A sweeter, cunninger child than she has never been placed on exhibition. She says the many words of her part nicely, too, and she makes believe she is either a prince or a pauper with perfect self-assurance. The most difficult task she had to perform last night, perhaps, was to stand for 10 minutes before the curtain, hand in hand with Mark Twain, who was making a speech. Let any reader imagine himself standing hand in hand with Mark Twain in front of a big house full of folks, and with the glare of the footlights in his eyes, without a word to say, or any prearranged plan of behavior, and he will appreciate Elsie's predicament. The little girl was not a bit embarrassed, though. She smiled at the spectators and glanced from time to time inquiringly up at Mark Twain's lips, as if wondering when he would stop talking. Mark Twain was making a speech. He was telling how difficult it is to write a play. Most persons who sit under the influence of contemporary dramatic efforts do not need information on that point. Elsie Leslie is not yet an actress, and The Prince and the Pauper is not yet a good play. Elsie may become an actress in time. She has already learned how to receive bouquets over the footlights, and a great many were handed to her last night. No reasonable person would expect her to reveal real dramatic gifts at her age. If she did, she would be a precocious phenomenon instead of a charming little girl trained to walk and talk on the stage. The Prince and the Pauper, when it left Mark Twain's hands, was a long, very readable narrative, extravagant in its substance, but simply told. For children it was an absorbingly interesting story. All that is good in the arrangement of this story, made for the purpose of amusing an easily amused public in a theater, is taken bodily from Mark Twain's book. The incidents in Miles Hendon's lodging on London Bridge, where the tattered cavalier waits upon his protege, never dreaming that the little beggar is really King of England, but striving to humor his whim, form by far the best part of the play, and the words and stage directions are taken from the best passage in the book. On the other hand, the impossible scene between Princess Elizabeth and Seymour in the thieves' den, the fortune-telling incident, and the jumble of odds and ends of old melodrama are not in the book at all, and they are abortive and tiresome on the stage. But that does not matter. The Prince and the Pauper will draw great crowds at the Broadway Theater, because the public likes to see a pretty child as hero of a play, and does not care a rap for good plays or good acting, so long as it is amused. As a show, Mr. Daniel Frohman's latest venture is praiseworthy. The pictures shown are all new, and some of them are very handsome. Mr. E.H. Vandervelde and Miss Annie Mayer, excellent actors, are implicated in the proceedings, and so far as their work goes, the entertainment has some dramatic value. But Elsie Leslie dominates everything. Her costumes as Prince Edward, son of King Henry VIII, are rich and expensive. Her rags as Tom Canty, the pauper, are picturesque, and whatever she wears is becoming to her. The scenery is excellent, and a great many persons assist the little girl. There was a large audience to see the first performance, and the applause was very loud and very sincere. People will flock to see an instant monarch cracking nuts with the scepter of royalty. End of Section 1, January 21, 1890. Elsie, read by John Greenman. Section 2 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. January 27, 1890. Mark Twain hauled up. A suit over the Prince and the Pauper. E.H.House says he was authorized by Twain to prepare the play, and that his ideas were stolen. The story of the Prince and the Pauper is not fully told on the stage of the Broadway theater. Some of the omissions will be supplied today in the Court of Common Pleas in arguments for an injunction to restrain the further production of the play until the rights of Edward H. House can be judicially determined. Romance and picturesque effects may not figure in the presentation of the court case, which promises, nevertheless, a narrative of pathetic interest, and which will deal with real life in a fashion not devoid of dramatic force. As set forth in the complaint, it is a story of a playwright, dependent on his pen for a livelihood, robbed of his ideas, which are his stock in business, and of his labor, by the prosperous author and owner of the book on which the play is based. From this standpoint the case appeals all the more to public sympathy from the fact that for years Mr. House has been an invalid, and his opportunities are curtailed by his inability to get outdoors to compete with other writers on even terms. Like the majority of writers, Mr. House has not had occasion to cultivate commercial habits. Mark Twain, whom he makes the principal defendant in the preliminary proceedings, as will be done also in the suit to follow, is well known to be a conspicuous exception to this rule of business carelessness among literary men. The case in brief was told last week, when the application for an injunction came up for argument, and when both sides agreed to an adjournment. Mr. House in his complaint wrote that he had agreed to dramatize the book, Mr. Clemens, Mark Twain, having offered him one-half or two-thirds the profits of the play for his services. When he had substantially finished the work of dramatization, and was only waiting for a suitable person in whom the characters of the Prince and the Pauper could be united, Mr. Clemens brought out the play in its present form, Abby Sage Richardson having dramatized it for him. To this statement Mr. Clemens opposes a general denial in the form of an affidavit. He admits having consulted with Mr. House, but declares that he never made any sort of agreement with him. Mr. House submits extracts of letters that passed between the two to show the contrary. On December 17, 1886, Mr. House says he received from Mr. Clemens, in reply to a reminder of a former suggestion that the book contained a powerful dramatic subject, a letter in which Mr. Clemens wrote, blank, reminded me that you had spoken of The Prince and the Pauper for the stage. That would be nice, but I can't dramatize it. The reason I say this is because I did dramatize it and made a botch of it, but you could do it, and if you will for one-half or two-thirds of the proceeds, I wish you would. Shan't I send you the book? Previous to this letter, Mr. House says he was assured by Mr. Clemens that the dramatization of The Gilded Age, known on the stage as Colonel Sellers, had yielded $150,000. Both Mr. House and Mr. Clemens believed that The Prince and the Pauper could be made still more profitable. On December 24, 1886, in reply to the above, Mr. House wrote, as regards The Prince and the Pauper, I should be well pleased to undertake the dramatization of it. I shall be glad if you will send me a copy of the book. According to my remembrance of the book, the most taking arrangement would be to give both characters to the same performer, using a silent double in positions where they must for a moment appear together. If there is anywhere about a girl like what Lotta was 20 years ago, or Bijou Heron 15 years ago, she might fill the duplicate part. In the book the Prince and the Pauper are not the same person. The idea of having the same person play both parts is claimed to have had its origin in the letter above quoted, as well as the idea of the silent double. Both of these ideas are utilized in Mrs. Richardson's dramatization, although the contract to write the play was not made by her until 2 years afterward. Mr. House avers that there was further appreciation of his ideas extending over a good part of the play. Mark Twain says he never gave Mrs. Richardson his own or any one else's ideas about what the play should be. On December 26, 1886, Mr. House received a letter from Mr. Clemens saying that 2 copies of the book had been forwarded to him. Soon afterward Mr. Clemens came to New York. It was agreed, Mr. House says, that he should go ahead and should visit Mr. Clemens at Hartford in May of 1887. They were there to put the play in shape. It was to be offered for the stage at a suitable opportunity, and Mr. Clemens and Mr. House were to divide the proceeds. Mr. House says he wrote several letters to Mr. Clemens in April, 1887, about the play. May 7th he wrote: "A few nights ago the complete scheme of the play developed with an effectiveness that I had not expected to arrive at so soon. The mere writing of the scenes and acts ought not now to occupy a great deal of time, but it may take a mighty long time to find the right person to fill the double part. I would rather have it put off 2 or 3 years than let it be entrusted to incompetent hands. I can't tell you, my dear Mark, what a comforting thing it is to have this piece of good fortune in prospect. It takes a load of care away from me, as you can well imagine." The visit to Hartford began soon after this, and lasted 6 weeks. June 13, 1887, the whole of Act I, with the position of the actors, the arrangement of stage scenery, and all details, were read to Mr. Clemens. Mr. House says that as the reading proceeded, Mr. Clemens expressed his approval in energetic and enthusiastic terms, exclaiming at intervals, "That's a play! I see that on the stage! I should like to take hold and help." Mr. Clemens had to go away about this time, to be gone 3 months. It was agreed and arranged, Mr. House claims, that within this period he should finish the play. He did so. The play, as completed, he says, embodied the novelties he had suggested, which appear in Mrs. Richardson's work, and which, as he wrote to Mr. Clemens on August 29, 1887, make the play entirely different from the incidents of the book. The position of Mark Twain in the matter, as shown by the extracts from the above quotations, his affidavit of last week, and other papers in the case, appears to be as follows: Letter, December 17, 1886. You could do it, and if you will, for 1/2 or 2/3 of the proceeds, I wish you would. Shan't I send you the book? Affidavit, January, 1890. Some time in the year 1886 I suggested to the plaintiff, Edward H.House, the dramatization of The Prince and the Pauper. Letter, December 26, 1886. I've ordered a couple of P&Ps sent to you. At Clemens's house, on hearing Act I. That's a play. I see that on the stage. I should like to take hold and help. From the affidavit, at my house, subsequently, there was an understanding that he might take hold and see what work he could do, but there was no agreement that I should have to do any of the work, or that he should have the exclusive right to dramatize. It was simply experimental. He began to write something in the way of a skeleton and bring it to me to fill up. From Mr. House's letter of August 29, 1887. This morning I had the satisfaction of seeing the whole 5 acts completed before me, with the single exception of the closing scene of Act V. Affidavit, that 2 weeks thereafter the deponent verbally stated to Clemens that it was ready. Clemens' affidavit, I have not refused to consent to the production of the plaintiff's play, if any has been written by him, as the plaintiff has never asked me to consult in relation thereto. So far as I knew or know, the play was never completed." Mr. House says that, knowing Twain to be a busy man and impatient of details, he tried to find some one who could bring out the play, keeping Twain generally informed, but not annoying him with particulars which he knew Twain abhorred. He associated Chandos Fulton with himself in trying to place the play. The urgency of the matter grew because an annuity which Mr. House enjoyed was to be terminated in the present year, and he would need an income to take its place. About the time Mr. Fulton took hold, paragraphs began to appear in the newspapers to the effect that Mark Twain was dramatizing some of his books. These paragraphs proved embarrassing. Mr. House wrote to Mr. Clemens to ask about them. He got no reply until after he had written several times. He excused Twain's delay, he says, because he knew him to be habitually neglectful of letter writing, and assumed that he was busy with his various money-making schemes. When the reply did come it was a startler. It bore date February 26, 1889, and was as follows: "I gather the idea from your letter that you would have undertaken the dramatization of that book. Well, that would have been joyful news to me about the middle of December, when I gladly took the first offer that came and made a contract. I remembered that you started once to map out the framework for me to fill in, and I suggested to this lady that possibly you would collaborate with her, but she thought she could do the work alone. However, I never thought of such a thing as your being willing to undertake the dramatization itself I mean the whole thing. I will look in when I come down." That letter forced an issue. It opened before the patient and long-waiting invalid a dismal prospect in place of the happy one on which he had been counting. Twain had been growing rich, while the poor writer, now confined closely to his room, and with the last term of his slender annuity nearly at hand, had no resources except in his pen. To see months of labor thrown away at such a time was about as serious a thing as could happen. The situation threatened to present an actual case of Prince and Pauper, with none of the stage gloss or romance to relieve it. Senator Eugene S. Ives has taken up Mr. House's application for an injunction and will argue it today. Howe and Hummel appear for the defendants, Mr. Clemens, Mrs. Richardson, and Manager Frohman. End of Section 2, January 27, 1890. Mark Twain hauled up. Read by John Greenman. Section 3 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. January 28, 1890. Affidavits that clash. Original ideas that are very much alike. Statements and arguments on the rival claims to the authorship of The Prince and the Pauper. The promised argument in The Prince and the Pauper case drew to the motion chambers of the Court of Common Pleas yesterday morning many persons whom the case had interested. Mr. Hummel and assistants from his office were there on behalf of Manager Frohman and Abby Sage Richardson. Daniel Whitford of Alexander and Green represented Mark Twain, while the interests of the plaintiff in the action, Edward H.House, were looked after by Senator Ives and his partner Rollin M. Morgan. Mr. Hummel opened the proceedings by passing to the bench a copy of the book on which the play is founded, Mrs. Richardson's manuscript of the play, and a copy of the agreement of May 13, 1889, signed by Mark Twain, Mrs. Richardson, and Daniel Frohman, under which the book was dramatized and the play produced. Senator Ives at the same time passed up Mr. House's manuscript of the play. Mrs. Richardson's answer was read by Mr. Hummel. It recited that she had read the book several years ago and had been well impressed with it. When Little Roy Fauntleroy was produced, it occurred to her that Elsie Leslie could make an equal success of The Prince and the Pauper, and that the book could be satisfactorily dramatized. Thereupon she called upon Mr. Frohman and submitted to him a proposition to write a play from the book, suggesting Elsie for the dual role. Mr. Frohman liked the idea, but said it would cost a good deal of money to bring out the play, and that he would not feel warranted in doing anything with it unless Mrs. Richardson obtained from Mark Twain, in writing, sole and exclusive authority to dramatize the book. In December, 1888, Mrs. Richardson went to Hartford to see Mark Twain. He informed her that 3 or 4 attempts had been made to make a play out of his book, but all had failed. If she wanted to go ahead and see what she could do, he was satisfied, but she must work out the play alone and not bother him about details. Afterward she submitted some of her ideas to him, among them the suggestion that the 2 roles of Prince and Pauper be taken by the same child. He declined to discuss any schemes with her, but did say that Mr. Howes had suggested the dual role and he had not approved of it, believing that the parts should be taken by 2 children. This idea of a dual role, Mrs. Richardson says, could not be claimed as original by any one of late years, for it had been often employed on the stage. She clung to it in spite of Mark Twain's opposition. Thereafter no suggestions passed between them. She worked out the play unaided, and the situations, incidents, ideas, and the entire version were her own, and in no way a plagiarism or adaptation. Indeed, she had never seen Mr. House's manuscript or heard anything about its contents. This denial she meant to be sweeping enough to cover the witchcraft incident, which does not appear in the book, but is in Mr. House's manuscript as well as her own. She looked up the history, laws, and customs of the times in which the play was laid, and, finding witchcraft punishable by death, she decided to make that the charge against the woman who was supposed to have bewitched the king. The witchcraft incident of the play begins in Act 4 in Mrs. Richardson's manuscript. In Mr. House's manuscript a similar incident is introduced in Act 3. Mr. Hummel next submitted Mr. Frohman's answer. Mr. Frohman admitted that Mr. House had given him notice that he had dramatized The Prince and the Pauper before the play came out. Mark Twain, being asked about it, had said that Mr. House tried to make a play of it, but failed, and that he never had a contract to write the play. As a matter of self-protection, however, when Mr. Frohman made his final contract with Mark Twain and Mrs. Richardson after this notice, he took care to insert a provision that Mrs. Richardson should defend any possible suit or application for an injunction to the extent of $1,000. On behalf of Mark Twain, lawyer Whitford submitted an affidavit saying that he proposed to Mr. Howes the dramatization of the play in December, 1886, and in reply received from Mr. Howes a letter full of qualified phrases, reciting that while he would be pleased to do something, he was beset by physical limitations, which rendered of doubtful value or utility his services in placing the play even after it should be written. There was no contract and no agreement of any kind. During the following spring Mr. Howes went to Hartford for a social visit, not on business connected with the play, as claimed by him. While there he did dabble with the book in efforts to draw up a skeleton of a possible play, and there was more or less talk about it. Once during the visit he outlined his ideas of an act. The sketch contained hardly more than 15 lines of dialogue, and it had never been used. From the time of that visit Mr. Howes had never talked of the play, nor had the deponent ever heard that Mr. Howes meant to write a play or had written one. All of the letters received from Mr. Howes had been saved. In none of them was there any allusion to the subject of dramatization. He had received no letters containing the alleged quotations in Mr. House's complaint. Mr. Whitford held that if any contract or agreement existed it should be certain in terms, material in its character, fair, just, and founded on an adequate consideration. Then the case should be passed upon by a court of equity. It ought never to come up on an application for an injunction. Senator Ives replied to all that both lawyers had presented. He said he was hardly surprised to be answered by affidavits denying everything that could be denied. He would like to submit counter affidavits from Mr. House as soon as they could be prepared. Mr. House had informed him that when in April last he gave notice to Mr. Froman that he had dramatized the book, Mr. Froman replied, "If that is so I will make no agreement." When Mr. Froman did make an agreement, a month later, and before the play was written, he took care to protect himself against liability in possible suits, showing that he had profited by Mr. House's notice. As to Mrs. Richardson's claim of originality, Senator Ives thought it at least singular that the ideas of the dual role and of the witchcraft incident should have occurred to her precisely as they had occurred to Mr. House 2 years before, when he presented these ideas to her partner, Mark Twain. The book did not as much as suggest either ideas. Last April Mr. Froman got his notice from Mr. House. He informed Mr. Clemens, Mark Twain, of it, and was assured that Mr. House had no claim. Mr. Clemens's word, however, did not entirely satisfy Mr. Froman, and before he made his final agreement in May for the production of the play, he insisted that he should be fully protected against a lawsuit. Mr. Froman and Mr. Clemens thus both knew of Mr. House's notice. Mr. Clemens's affidavit, Senator Ives went on, seemed suggestive of ingenuous duplicity. He had received many letters from House, but none of those quoted in House's complaint. The mail might sometimes miscarry, but not regularly. It could be shown by the original letters submitted in court that they were written by Clemens in reply to the very letters from which quotations had been made for House's complaint. In the forthcoming supplemental affidavit from Mr. House, Senator Ives believed that it would clearly appear that Clemens often purposely avoided discussion of the play, as if contemplating duplicity, but by answering other portions of the letters set a snare for himself and walked into it. Elsewhere in the affidavit Mr. Clemens said that his own dramatization of the book was not entirely satisfactory, but could be made so without much difficulty. Against this sworn statement of yesterday Mr. Ives placed Mr. Clemens's letter to Mr. House, dated December 17, 1886, in which Mr. Clemens wrote: "I can't dramatize it. The reason I say this is because I did dramatize it and made a botch of it." Next Monday Mr. House's new affidavit, and perhaps others from the defendants, will be submitted in court. Section 3, January 28, 1890. Affidavits that Clash. Read by John Greenman. Section 4 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. January 31, 1890. Is his word Twain also, or has Mark's memory been wrecked? Read what Mr. House says about The Prince and the Pauper, and decide for yourself. To the Editor of the New York Times: The generous interest which the Times has shown in the lawsuit brought by me against Mark Twain, S. L. Clemens, emboldens me to ask your attention to a singular manifestation of provincial journalism on the part of the Hartford Courant, a newspaper published in the city where Mr. Clemens resides. Some days ago the distinguished humorist was permitted by the Courant to present, in an interview, his estimate of the merits of the controversy, and to accuse me, his opponent, of various misdemeanors, including the utterance of absolute untruth. I at once addressed a letter to the editor, claiming the universally conceded privilege of submitting a reply, and expressing my confident belief that this request would be granted, as a matter of courtesy and justice. To my surprise the letter was returned, with a note from the editor announcing its rejection for the peculiar reason that it might provoke a reply from Mr. Clemens, who had been already heard. I was kindly advised that it would be much better to let the matter take its course in the courts, but that in any case no communication from me, long or short, would be published by the Courant. Under these circumstances I take the liberty of sending you a copy of the interview and of my letter, with the hope that you may find it convenient to give your readers the opportunity of examining the positions taken by Mr. Clemens and myself, and of guessing shrewdly at the Courant's motives in refusing me a hearing. E.H.House. A talk with Mr. Clemens. A Courant reporter called on Mr. Clemens yesterday afternoon. He was found in his cozy billiard room and seemed quite willing to talk about the matter. He said: "Mr. Howes was never invited to edit the book for me. He asked if he might read the manuscript while lying bedridden for several weeks, simply to satisfy his own curiosity. He made one suggestion which turned out to be a fallacy. I had used in my book some such expression as this person was kindly entreated, etc. Mr. Howes judged it was too late a date to use that form, entreated, and advised leaving off the first syllable. I do not remember whether I corrected it or not, but afterward found that it was in use in the time of Henry VIII. How about suggesting the advisability of dramatizing the work? Was asked. As if that was original! Exclaimed Mr. Clemens. It needed no suggestion from Mr. House. The story was originally planned for a drama and not as a book. I doubted my ability to write a drama, but wrote it purposely for somebody capable of doing so to turn it into a drama. He says you offered him one half or two-thirds of the profits. Mr. Howes did not accept the proposition. In his letter he only entertained it in a non-committal way. He did not discard the proposition, but there was nothing in his letter that can be construed into an acceptance. The proposition and his non-acceptance are of the date of 1886. He next speaks of suggesting the idea of having the two parts played by one actress. How as to that? A suggestion made 3 years before by Mr. Will Gillette, promptly returned Mr. Clemens. I tried to get Mr. Gillette to dramatize the book for me, giving him full permission to do so. Mr. Gillette entertained this proposition in 1883, and went so far as to draft the plot for the play, making liberal alterations of the text of the book. Mr. Gillette has never retired from the undertaking, and if an undertaking of that kind can remain in force forever, then it is Mr. Gillette that has a claim upon me and not Mr. House. If I had no right to give Mrs. Richardson permission in 1888 to dramatize, I of course had no right to give Mr. House permission in 1886. Somewhere between 1883 and 1888 I dramatized the book myself, but was assured by competent authorities that neither the living nor the dead could act the play as I had planned it. Mr. House affirms," pursued the reporter, "that he read you the first act of the play in June, 1887." "In that part of 1887," continued Mr. Clemens, "Mr. House was a guest for a while at my home. I aroused his sleeping interest in the matter, and thought he was going to dramatize the piece, but it was a mistake. He merely showed me a skeleton plan for the first act, with some trifles of conversation put in to indicate the drift of the act. That he wrote a complete act is absolutely untrue." "Mr. House says in his affidavit that he wrote you that the piece was finished in August, 1887." "A year ago he wrote me the same statement, changing the date of finishing the piece to September, 1887. With anybody else this slight discrepancy of dates would count for nothing. With Mr. House the case is different. If he ever wrote me a letter in which he said he had finished the piece, he has a copy of that letter by him, and did not need to make that error. Mr. House is a methodical man, an excellent business man, and never destroys or mislays any scrap of writing that comes to him from any one, or fails to keep a copy of every scrap which he writes himself. I never received any letter from Mr. House saying the play was finished. I was at home again from the vacation as early as October of that year, 1887, and he did not mention the play in any way during the many months that followed during his stay in Hartford. Evidently he had dropped the play entirely out of his mind. He was busy with other matters, and never made any reference to it. I was thoroughly well pleased with his skeleton of the first act, and said so without reservation. But when I recognized that the most I could hope to get from him was a skeleton for me to fill out, my interest in the matter at once disappeared. He was a near neighbor for many months after that. Our intercourse was constant and familiar, he coming to my house and I going to his to talk and gossip after the manner of friends. Yet throughout this cordial intercourse he remained silent as to that dramatization. I believed then, and I believe now, that with the skeletonizing of the first act Mr. House's interest in the project came to an end. Late in 1888 Mrs. Richardson wrote and asked permission to dramatize the book. I had always been on the lookout for some person willing to do this work, and was not particular as to what the terms might be, so I wrote her promptly and accorded the permission. I also gave her Mr. House's New York address, and said that he had once taken an interest in this thing. I suggested that she call on him and see if she could secure his cooperation, as he had had practice in dramatic work. She declined, however, preferring to do all the work herself. Another matter, Mr. Clemens. Mr. House asserts that he saw it stated in the papers that you had allowed Mrs. Richardson to dramatize the work, wrote you, and received no reply. Is that so? Mr. House knew why he received no reply, was the answer. I was not in Hartford. I told him so when I answered his second letter. Now, as regards my repudiation of the transaction, if asking him to send me a copy of any contract or agreement existing between him and me so that I might, as I said, undo any wrong suffered at my hands, is repudiating the whole transaction, then I certainly repudiated it, for that is what I wrote. As to the alleged proposition to pay him $5,000 as compensation, a proposition that he says he declined, I would only say that it is another effort of Mr. House's imagination. I never offered him a penny, nor consented to join anybody else in offering him one. Again, he says that arbitration was tried without success. If that was done, I had nothing whatever to do with it. I would not have consented to arbitrate with a man who had no shadow of a claim against me. After about 18 months of petrified absence of interest in this dramatization, Mr. House's condition instantly unpetrified itself when he found that somebody else was willing to undertake the work. He not only imagines that he has an agreement with me for a dramatization, but that the term of it is eternal. It is only fair, then, that the settling of our dispute should be accorded the same liberal lack of hurry. Mr. House is never so entertaining as when he has a grievance. We shall be able to pass the hereafter very pleasantly. Some of the statements in Mr. House's affidavit are true, but the court will probably give information to amend them. Mr. House, in reply: To the Editor of the Hartford Courant: I have this day received from the Bureau Press Cuttings your issue of the 18th inst., with Mr. S. L. Clemens' review of an article the New York Tribune announcing the commencement of my suit against that gentleman for breach of contract, and I lose no time in assuring you, as a matter of courtesy and justice, permit me to be heard through your column respecting certain features of the contest which Mr. Clemens' comments leave unexplained. The assumption upon which the author of The Prince and the Pauper relies for security throughout this extraordinary business is that of absolute and almost unqualified forgetfulness. What he does not remember covers a broad array of important events and documents. What he remembers, more or less imperfectly, is insignificant in comparison. That he remembers anything whatever with literal accuracy I have not yet been able to discover. It was in December, 1886, that he wrote me a letter requesting me to dramatize his story and specifying the proportion of the proceeds which he required me to receive, supplied me copies of the book to work with, and sent me for examination his own condemned adaptation. It was in the same month that I formally accepted his proposal, completed the agreement, and described to him a part of the plan upon which I intended to proceed. 2 years later, when it pleased him to break our contract, he gave me to understand that these transactions and the correspondence relating to them had entirely passed from his mind. Early in 1887 I applied myself to the task which he had urged upon me, and in a series of not less than 6 letters informed him of my scheme of operations, at the same time explaining why it would probably be impractical to produce the play before 1890. Several of these letters were acknowledged by Mr. Clemens, but at the expiration of 2 years he professed himself unable to recall a line of any of them. In June, 1897, at Mr. Clemens' residence in Hartford, which I visited for the purpose, I laid before him the entire plot of the drama, and showed him drawings of the scenic and mechanical accessories that would be needed. I also read to him every word of the first act, which was then finished, from a manuscript which remains in my possession, unchanged since that day. I observe that Mr. Clemens told your reporter that I merely showed him a skeleton plan of the first act, and that it is absolutely untrue that I wrote a complete act. I shall abstain from contradicting him in matters which depend upon our unsupported assertions. I might affirm, and he might deny indefinitely, without producing any result. But in this instance it happens that other persons besides himself knew, and can testify that the act was wholly written, that Mr. Clemens came to my room for the express purpose of hearing it, and that he remained there, listening and discussing the subject, during the best part of an afternoon. Nevertheless, it appeared, 18 months afterward, that every material detail of this interview had faded out of his recollection. The entire drama was completed by me in August, 1887. Mr. Clemens informed your reporter that a year ago I wrote him, fixing the date of completion in September, 1887. He deals me what he evidently conceives to be a staggering blow on the strength of this alleged discrepancy. I will not imitate his concise form of contradiction and say that his assertion is absolutely untrue. I will simply challenge him to produce any letter of mine in which it is stated that the play was not completed until September. What I wrote him, not a year ago, but 10 months, to follow his scrupulous minuteness as to intervals of time, was that he was informed in September that the dramatization was finished. I intended to recall to his volatile memory that I had personally acquainted him with that fact in the month referred to, immediately upon his arrival home after his sojourn in Elmira, but I had also previously sent him a letter on the 29th of August giving the same information. As long ago as February, 1889, Mr. Clemens had utterly forgotten both the written and the oral notification, and it therefore should not occasion surprise that he failed to remember them when your reporter visited him last week. With respect to his intimation that he was kept in ignorance for many months of my proceedings, I have to say that from the moment when the dramatization was first arranged his chief desire was that no care or burden of business should fall upon him. He wished to do nothing, to hear of nothing, that should make it necessary for him to take any active part in the affair. Even to converse about The Prince and the Pauper was a vexation to his spirit. He had put everything into my hands, and there was an end to his cooperation. Consequently, my suspicions were not aroused when he repulsed my attempts to bring the subject forward. He was absorbed in the composition of his new book, and his preoccupation and unwillingness to discuss topics of minor interest seemed natural and easily explicable. No idea that he had other motives for reticence ever occurred to me. It would not be a joyous task for anybody to persist in forcing Mark Twain's attention upon a subject which was repugnant to him, and I was aware of no necessity for making the attempt. Moreover, I had repeatedly explained that the production of the play might inevitably be deferred until 1890, and he had signified no objection to this delay. But in 1888, without consulting me, without a word of warning, he privately opened negotiations with Mrs. A. D. Richardson for a separate dramatization of the romance. When this was reported to me I indignantly refused to believe it. The thought that I could be thus betrayed by one who had for 25 years called himself my friend, and whom I held to be a man of honor, was too monstrous for credibility. But I wrote to tell him what I had heard, and to urge that an announcement of the agreement between us should straightway be published. To my amazement and anxiety I could get no answer. Weeks passed before he vouchsafed a response, and to obtain this I was compelled to call not once alone, but several times, and with emphatic earnestness, for explanations. It was at this juncture that the remarkable wreck of Mr. Clemens's memory was revealed to me. Upon almost every circumstance connected with my dramatization his mind was a blank. He never knew I had undertaken one, or that I could have been persuaded to do so. He had no more notion that he had written to propose it, or that I had accepted, than if pens and ink had never been invented and paper were so perishable that it could not be preserved from destruction. Of the ample correspondence in which I laid bare the purposes I had in view respecting the construction of the play and the projects for its production, he had not a shadow of remembrance, nor of the enthusiasm with which he had listened to the reading of the first act, nor of my repeated announcements that the piece was finished and ready for his perusal. All these things, one and several, had vanished from his memory, though all these things had occurred within 2 years. Yet it appeared on a closer examination that there were exceptions to this comprehensive and overwhelming lapse. Mr. Clemens acknowledged, pointing out to Mrs. Richardson in the course of his negotiations with that lady, that it might be well for her to call upon me and find out what could be procured from me in the way of valuable material or suggestion. He did remember enough for that. It may or may not be pertinent that the darkness was just sufficiently dispelled to enable him to recall something which might be to his benefit. In any case, the fact is there. He did retroject himself so far into the dim and remote past of 2 whole years as to grasp the conception that Mrs. Richardson might turn my labors to profitable account, precisely as he afterward sent Mr. Frohman to me to learn if my version could be purchased, or if I would allow it to be used in conjunction with hers. But in other directions the eclipse was total. On discovering the extent to which my faith in Mr. Clemens had been misplaced, the question left for me to decide was whether I should patiently submit to the wrong inflicted or endeavor to defend my violated rights. If I chose the latter alternative I could not be insensible to the heavy odds against me. A more unequal contest could scarcely be imagined. On the one side, the most popular author of the day, in the flush of active health and strength, with unbounded resources of influence, wealth, and established position. On the other, a well-nigh forgotten writer, condemned by illness to years of seclusion, crippled by a torturing disease, and, as Mr. Clemens knew better than any living being, utterly unprepared to bear the stress of a protracted legal struggle. Nevertheless, it did not appear fitting that I should go down without an effort to assert my claims. But I shrank from making a public exposure of our rupture, and in the hope of averting an unseemly scandal I applied to a man of honorable and exceptional eminence in his profession, requesting him to bring about, if possible, an amicable settlement of the controversy. I selected him especially because he was Mr. Clemens's friend. I did not know him at all. I have never seen him in my life, but I had such confidence in the justice of my cause that I did not hesitate to intrust it to his keeping. I did not expect him to act as a lawyer, but as a friendly arbitrator. He was kind enough to meet my wishes, and at once wrote to Mr. Clemens. He did not receive the simple courtesy of an answer, but was referred to Mr. Clemens's legal advisers. From what was said to your reporter it would appear this circumstance, with all the others, is totally forgotten. After so conclusive a demonstration that no conciliatory methods would appeal to Mr. Clemens, I made it known to all concerned that I should spare no exertion to enforce my rights, and within a few weeks an offer of compensation was made by Mr. Whitford of the firm of Alexander and Green. I have never said that this offer was made directly by Mr. Clemens. We had ceased to communicate with one another before it reached me. I believe, however, it is generally conceded that a proposal coming from a recognized legal agent is supposed to carry with it the authority of the principal. Mr. Clemens used this language to your reporter. I never offered him a penny, nor consented to join anybody else in offering him one. Whether this is to be regarded as another failure of memory or a repudiation of counsel, I shall not seek to determine. But the offer was made and rejected, and although I have not stated that it originated with Mr. Clemens, I blame no one for assuming that it had his sanction and consent. I now leave you, Mr. Editor, and your readers, to consider whether I am or am not warranted in calling upon judicial authority to guard me against the losses and disappointments which I have suffered in consequence of Mr. Clemens's defect of memory, and which threaten to become still more severe if his power of recollection is not officially quickened into life, and turn to a detail which I should deem too trivial for public resuscitation if it were not given a factitious importance in your interview. Mr. Clemens objects to the statement that I edited his story. I certainly should not have chosen that expression, and my casual allusion to the manuscript was solely to show my intimate familiarity with his work. But, looking back to the actual circumstances, I am inclined to think that The Prince and the Pauper was edited not alone by me, but by numbers of the author's friends. With his habitual readiness to avail himself of the labors of others, he requested me, and several persons, I believe, to examine the sheets and search for such errors as he might have fallen into. He avers that it was I who asked permission to read the tale "to satisfy my own curiosity." I shall pass by that amusing remark, with simply the inquiry whether anybody can be found to credit that a sick man, bedridden, he says, would crave the privilege, to satisfy his curiosity, of deciphering 1,000 pages of Mark Twain's handwriting, unless, indeed, his malady had taken the form of insanity. I went carefully through the "copy," found a great deal to delight me, and a number of flagrant and damaging mistakes. I made a list of these and gave it to him, not neglecting to keep a duplicate. He corrected some, but his indolence in overlooking others would, as I shall presently show, have thrown him into an awkward position if I had not luckily been at hand to save him from grief. He declares, still groping in his deplorable lack of remembrance, that I made one solitary suggestion, to wit, that the period represented was too late for the common use of the word "entreated," which should be altered to "treated." This single short statement is encumbered by two separate blunders. What I told him was that the period was too early for the common use of the word "treated," and that it should be changed to "entreated." Mr. Clemens will never get anybody to believe his version of that little anecdote. It is too naively ridiculous to impose upon the proverbial schoolboy. The most desultory inspection of the Tudor literature, of which there is a fair supply on Mr. Clemens's bookshelves, would have spared him this superfluous mortification. Whoever takes the slight trouble to glance at a concordance to Shakespeare will instantly see that "treat" had not taken the place of "entreat," even in Elizabeth's reign. But there is a sequel, and I fear rather an unpleasant one, in view of Mr. Clemens's wholesale denial to the matter of errors in his manuscript. You will observe that his method of saying that I made one suggestion is equivalent to an allegation that I made no other. I did make others, and his carelessness in not heeding them resulted in a notable instance as follows. I was visiting Boston while his book was going through the press, and as I one day looked over the proofs I saw with consternation that he had retained the title of baronet as applied to Hendon's father, and to Hendon himself, thereby committing a gross anachronism of more than 100 years. It was distressing to find baronets stalking through the scenes of The Prince and the Pauper, when in truth the order of the baronets was not created till several reigns later than that of Henry VIII. I telegraphed Mr. Clemens at once, and he begged me to do what I could to get him out of the mess, at the same time directing Mr. Osgood, the publisher, to follow my instructions implicitly. I was fortunate in finding a way to counteract his negligence, in a great measure, and to shield him from the imputations of ignorance which he dreaded, though it involved cutting open and refilling the stereotype plates in nearly a dozen places. Some who knew Mr. Clemens were of opinion that it mattered very little what pranks were played with history by a professional joker, but I could not accept their judgment. The Prince and the Pauper was not a joke, but a very beautiful work of imagination, and I felt it my duty to preserve it from so inexcusable a blemish. Mr. Clemens acknowledged his obligations very warmly at the time, and I supposed his acknowledgments were sincere. But as you have perceived, the incident has glided from his memory to keep company with those forgotten facts the superior magnitude of which I have endeavored to make manifest in the earlier part of this communication. It would not have been drawn from oblivion by me but for his indiscreet and presumptuous avowal that I had done nothing in connection with the manuscript of his story except to mislead him. Apologizing for this long intrusion upon your space, and thanking you in advance for the privilege which I am sure will be accorded me, I am, sir, yours very truly, Edward H. House, New York, Friday, January 24, 1890. End of Section 4, January 31, 1890. Is his word Twain also? Read by John Greenman. Section 5 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. March 9, 1890. Mark Twain is defeated. The Prince and the Pauper case decided. Judge Daly upholds playwright House and says his dramatization, or none, must be presented. Edward H. House, the invalid playwright, has won in his suit against Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain. Judge Daly, in the Court of Common Pleas, yesterday handed down a decision enjoining Daniel Frohman from producing Mrs. Abby Sage Richardson's dramatization of the wealthy Hartford humorist's novel, The Prince and the Pauper, which recently was seen in this city on the stage of the Broadway Theater. It is a great victory for Mr. House, and a personal vindication of his honor, as the issue developed in court into one of individual veracity between him and Mr. Clemens. The playwright's attorney, Senator Eugene S. Ives, fully appreciated this. The decision was not handed down until noon. Mr. Ives at once got the necessary papers and sent an officer to Albany, where the piece was presented 3 previous nights of last week, to serve them. The officer left on the 2 o'clock train. He should have been in Albany before 7 o'clock. The enjoined parties have a remedy at law, however, which will enable them to put the play on again on Monday. They can appeal to the general term, and pending the confirming or reversing of Judge Daly's decision, they can produce the play by filling the necessary bond. There has not been a theatrical lawsuit for years that has awakened the general interest that this case has. This was both owing to the prominence of the parties involved and to the fact that there was such a wide difference between the stories told by Mr. House and Mr. Clemens that it was very evident that somebody was wandering farther from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, than was consistent with the oath that forms so important a part of legal testimony. The case is not one that can be called involved or intricate. Briefly, it is a story of an alleged injustice done to an author and playwright in straitened circumstances because of physical infirmity by a very wealthy author and publisher. Like the majority of writers, Mr. House is not eminent in commercial ability and business shrewdness. Mr. Clemens is a writer who is a notable exception to this rule. He is possessed of a business sagacity that has made him a millionaire. On Mr. Clemens's paramount ability over Mr. House in this regard the tale of woe told by Mr. House in court seems to hang. Briefly, Mr. House's allegation was that in the year 1886 he had agreed on the suggestion of Mr. Clemens to dramatize the latter's book, The Prince and the Pauper. When he had substantially finished the dramatization and was only waiting for a suitable person in whom the characters of the Prince and the Pauper could be united, Mr. Clemens brought out the play in its present form, Abby Sage Richardson having dramatized it. Mr. House's application to the Court of Common Pleas was for an injunction to restrain the further production of the play until his rights could be judicially determined. The fight in court was a bitter one. Senator Eugene S. Ives appeared for Mr. House, Messrs. Alexander and Green for Mr. Clemens, and Mr. Hummel for Daniel Frohman and Mrs. Richardson. Mr. House could show no formal contract to dramatize The Prince and the Pauper, but he had a most formidable bundle of correspondence that had passed between himself and Mr. Clemens on the subject. The most important of these letters have already been published in the Times. Substantially, the correspondence began with a letter from Mr. Clemens to Mr. House, offering him one half or two-thirds of the profits of the play if he would dramatize the book. Clemens acknowledged that he had tried to do it and made a botch of it. The correspondence then traced the course of the work as it progressed in Mr. House's hands, and referred to a visit of the dramatist to the author's home to consult over the finishing touches of the work. The idea that is mainly responsible for whatever success The Prince and the Pauper has attained, that of the dual role, was advanced by Mr. House in this correspondence and insisted upon. It is a strange feature of the case that this and other leading features of Mr. House's dramatization were somehow mysteriously suggested to the mind of Mrs. Abby Sage Richardson and embodied in her dramatization. Mr. Clemens' reply to the allegation was a general denial in the form of an affidavit. He admitted that he had consulted with Mr. House on the dramatization, but declared that he never made any sort of an agreement with him. Judge Daly's decision is uncompromisingly in favor of Edward H. House. The decision is, like all that Judge Daly hands down, exceedingly exhaustive, thoroughly reviewing the case and abounding in legal references. He quotes extensively from the correspondence that passed between House and Clemens, and finds that Clemens made a proposition to House to dramatize The Prince and the Pauper, and that House accepted it, or, in other words, that correspondence passed between the two which formed a binding contract. The question of veracity between Mr. House and Mr. Clemens was very sharply drawn by the radically different accounts they gave of certain conversations that passed between them. In his decision Judge Daly discriminates between what he considers was the truth and what was not the truth, in a most delicate, kid-gloved style, by saying that Mr. House would be much more likely to remember exactly what was said, he being an invalid and accustomed to doing everything very methodically, while Clemens was a busy man, a popular author, and therefore not so likely to remember with exactness the details of a conversation. The following is the most interesting portion of the decision. The fact that the plaintiff has no adequate remedy in law is clear. A claim for damages will afford him no relief. It would not be possible to ascertain what sum the plaintiff should have for a breach of the defendant's contract. There is no basis for estimating what profits would accrue from the performance of the plaintiff's dramatization, and therefore no basis exists for computing damages. It is undoubtedly true that the court can not practically enforce the performance of this contract by compelling the defendant to put the plaintiff's dramatization on the stage. But a remedy by injunction will do substantial justice by obliging the defendant to carry out his contract or to lose all benefit of the breach. In other words, the decision says that while the law cannot lay its hand on Mr. Clemens and force him to produce Mr. House's dramatization of The Prince and the Pauper, so that Mr. House can obtain the stipulated share of the profits, It can prevent him from profiting by the breaking of his contract by enjoining him from producing any other than Mr. House's version of the play. It is very unfortunate for Mr. House that he cannot obtain material damages, as his infirmity is one that confines him to his house and renders him entirely dependent on his pen. He has been receiving an annuity, but it has expired, and he was practically depending on the months of labor he expended on the dramatization of The Prince and the Pauper for an income to replace this annuity. Manager Dan Frohman was in the Fifth Avenue Theater last night when a representative of the victorious side of the case came in and served him with the papers enjoining him from producing The Prince and the Pauper. Mr. Frohman said he was not surprised at the result, but those who know Mr. Frohman are not surprised that he is not surprised, for it is doubtful if he would give any exterior symptoms of emotion if a house fell on him. He did not believe that night's performance in Albany would be interfered with, but he had received no information as to whether it had been or not. He said that on Monday the lawyers representing himself and Mr. Clemens would carry the case to the general term on appeal. If they again meet with defeat there, they will go to the Court of Appeals. If they should be defeated there, he supposed they would have to drop the flag unless some settlement was made with Mr. House. They would file bonds on Monday so that the performances could go on until the case was settled. End of Section 5, March 9, 1890. Mark Twain is defeated. Read by John Greenman. Section 6 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. March 10, 1890. Two ways left open: an appeal in the Prince and the Pauper case, or a compromise. There was much speculation in theatrical circles yesterday as to the effect of Judge Daly's decision enjoining Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, Daniel Frohman, and Mrs. Abby Sage Richardson from playing Mrs. Richardson's dramatization of Mr. Clemens' The Prince and the Pauper. The piece was produced in Philadelphia, then at the Broadway Theater here, and last week was started on a long tour through the United States, beginning at Hartford, then going to Albany, where at the close of the performance on Saturday night the injunction papers were served. The company, notwithstanding this, adhered to its schedule, and, under advice from Manager Frohman, took the late train for Detroit, Michigan, where it is advertised to appear tonight. Whether or not this engagement, as well as others arranged for the future, will be kept, is a matter of conjecture. So far as Manager Frohman is concerned, he is very anxious to live up to his contracts executed with managers along the route. He has the solo right to produce the play in this country for 5 years, and any break in his program now means loss and annoyance of no ordinary kind. It is probable, therefore, that he will leave nothing undone to check the enforcement of the decision in the Court of Common Pleas in the suit brought by the invalid playwright E.H.House. Persons who have watched the proceedings in the suit closely long ago formed decided opinions as to the equity of Mr. House's case, and that his claims are not defective in law is evident from the findings of Judge Daly. Under the circumstances, therefore, it is possible that the chief defendant, Mark Twain, may accept his defeat in the preliminary contest and make overtures for a fair settlement, though anybody who knows how contemptibly mean Twain is in money matters may have their doubts on this point. The exigencies of the situation leave this alternative as against an appeal from the decision of Judge Daly to the general term. The modern Munchausen is expected to arrive in the city from Hartford today to confer with his counsel, Alexander and Green, and the other defendants. There may be a subsequent conference between the lawyers and Morgan and Ives, counsel for Mr. House. If an appeal is decided upon by the defendants, it means a protracted litigation and the filing of a substantial bond pending the final decision. At any rate, important proceedings of some kind must be taken today to enable Manager Frohman to do business with Mrs. Richardson's dramatization of The Prince and the Pauper. If the company plays at Detroit tonight without some definite arrangement between the parties to the suit, proceedings in contempt will be in order. End of Section 6, March 10, 1890. Two Ways Left Open, an Appeal. Read by John Greenman. Section 7 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. March 11, 1890. A stay of proceedings. The Prince and the Pauper injunction temporarily lifted. Notwithstanding Judge Daly's injunction restraining Samuel L. Clemens, Daniel Frohman, and Mrs. Abby Sage Richardson from presenting Mrs. Richardson's dramatization of Mark Twain's The Prince and the Pauper, the papers in which were served in Albany on Saturday, the play was given in Detroit last night, according to the schedule arranged for its long Western tour. This was done without defying the law and without incurring the liability for contempt proceedings, for yesterday Messrs. Howe and Hummel secured from Judge Henry W. Allen of the Court of Common Pleas an order requiring the attorneys of the invalid playwright Mr. E.H.House to show cause on March 12th why the injunction should not be vacated and a stay of proceedings pending the result. Subsequently, the order was modified so as to be returnable this morning at 11 o'clock, and then the question will be argued. In support of their motion, Messrs. Howe and Hummel submitted affidavits by which their clients agreed to file bonds to any amount that might be fixed by the court and to deposit the royalties with the court pending the determination of their rightful ownership. Manager Daniel Frohman said yesterday, in reference to the outcome of the court proceedings in the matter of The Prince and the Pauper, that he felt that the court should take action for damages against Mark Twain in behalf of Mr. House, and not against himself, as he entered in good faith upon the execution of a contract with Mr. Clemens, and went to great expense in doing so. So far as he was concerned as a manager, his dealings were with Mr. Clemens as the owner of the book and of the rights to its dramatization. He could not be expected to go beyond the prima facie evidence of Clemens' right to make the contract with him, and if Mr. House has good ground for damages, they are against Clemens and not against him. End of Section 7, March 11, 1890. A stay of proceedings. Read by John Greenman. Section 8 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. March 12, 1890. House makes terms. Frohman's production of The Prince and the Pauper to go on. An agreement was reached yesterday afternoon between playwright Edward H. House and manager Daniel Frohman, whereby one branch of the litigation over The Prince and the Pauper is brought to an end. On Monday a stay was secured by Mr. Hummel for Mr. Frohman of the injunction proceedings brought successfully by Mr. House, but the order, which was returnable today, was yesterday modified by Judge Allen in Mr. House's favor so far as to make it returnable then. Propositions for a compromise were broached, terms satisfactory to Mr. House were offered by Mr. Frohman, and the former consented that the latter should continue to produce Mrs. Richardson's version of the play for 5 years from date. A written agreement was immediately drawn up and signed by the parties at variance, whereby Mr. House bound himself to vacate his suit so far as Mr. Frohman and Mrs. Richardson are concerned, and Mr. Frohman bound himself to abandon his motion for a stay of proceedings and his appeal from the injunction. The agreement for the continued production of Mrs. Richardson's version applies only to the United States. The terms secured by Mr. House for this concession were not divulged, but that they are satisfactory was evidenced by the fact that he and his friends were in the best of spirits last night. No negotiations have been had with Mr. Clemens, and so far as he is concerned the injunction remains in force. End of Section 8, March 12, 1890. House makes terms. Read by John Greenman. Section 9 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. March 16, 1890. Untitled editorial on the Prince and the Pauper lawsuit. In his decision granting an injunction against the further production of The Prince and the Pauper, Judge Daly points out that there is really no way of estimating the damages which the applicant, Mr. House, has suffered. Mr. Clemens ignored the agreement with Mr. House which the court finds that he made and under which Mr. House had written the play and prepared it for production. Although the play actually produced embodied ideas which are to be found in Mr. House's version and not in Mr. Clemens's book, its success does not furnish a criterion of what would have been the success of Mr. House's play. This is one of the peculiar hardships of the case, and one which the legal maxim that there is no wrong without a remedy should be made to cover. In the absence of a remedy, Mark Twain might console himself, although the court distinctly accepts Mr. House's narrative of the agreement and distinctly rejects his own, with the reflection of one of the characters in Mr. Stevenson's Wrong Box, that all is sacred but honor. End of Section 9, March 16, 1890. Untitled editorial on the Prince and the Pauper lawsuit. Read by John Greenman. Section 10 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. September 7, 1890. The Prince and the Pauper and Letter to the Editor from E.H.House. The Prince and the Pauper. Mr. House presents his side of the controversy. Interview printed in The World. The visitor asked Mr. Clemens when the courts would decide the vexed question involved in the dramatization of The Prince and the Pauper. His face grew slightly melancholy. "I expect they will decide as between Mr. House and Mrs. Abby Sage Richardson here in New York, probably in October. House never thought of making a play out of my book, in my opinion, until he heard that Mrs. Richardson had done it. He has acted in a sort of a dog-in-the-manger way about it. You ask if I have any doubt about the ultimate decision of the controversy. I can say this. I have no sort of doubt about what the facts are and what the decision ought to be, but I have a good deal of doubt about what the decision of the court will be, for I believe firmly in the uncertainties of the law. By the way, that was an extraordinary opinion which the judge gave when he decided to grant a temporary injunction. It is one of those curiosities of judicial decision, as you suggest, of which we have been reading from time immemorial. The learned court declared that, as Mr. House was a sick man and had been confined to his bed, and had time to think and to revolve the facts in his mind and freshen up his memory, his recollection of the facts was probably better than mine, because I was such a busy man and was engaged in so many different things. According to that, it would seem that sickness is an admirable way to win a lawsuit. To the Editor of the New York Times. Mark Twain does not bear with equanimity the discomfiture of a legal overthrow. In the above recently published interview he finds it amusing and becoming to scoff at Justice Daly, who pronounced the decree against him in the Prince and the Pauper suit, and to liken my action in the controversy to that of a dog in the manger. The distinguished humorist is happier in the manufacture of modern fictions than in the application of ancient fables. It happens that the manger in this instance was my property, and had been so adjudged by the New York Court of Common Pleas. The unfortunate canine illustration betrays a singular inability to recognize the true delinquent. A certain predatory poodle, to whose pack Master Mark was formerly attached, forced his way into my manger, and, with instincts akin to those of Aesop's animal, did his best to turn me, the rightful occupant, into the kennel. He failed, and I might then have ejected him in disgrace. In the hour of defeat, however, he was a very sick dog indeed, and as he lifted his pleading paws and curled his submissive tail between his legs, I compassionately permitted him to retain a corner in the manger he had attempted to usurp entirely. But because I will not vacate my own premises and leave him in solitary possession, I have been yelped at by the intruder and his trained spaniels for the past 6 weeks with a fury bordering on rabies. Now Mark Twain adds his bark to the chorus. Who, let me ask, is the offending cur in this performance? There was really no occasion for Mark to expose his forgetfulness or ignorance of Aesop. It is his habit to snarl contemptuously at all literature except his own, precisely as he snaps his teeth in scorn at courts of law which do not decide cases in his favor. But he need not have twisted out of all aptitude one of the most familiar stories of a humorist who died many centuries ago, and of whom, consequently, he has no occasion to be jealous. Again I beg to inquire, who is the dog? E.H.House. End of Section 10, September 7, 1890, The Prince and the Pauper, and Letter to the Editor from E.H.House. Read by John Greenman. Section 11 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. March 30, 1892. PAIGE Typesetting Machines. Mr. Paige moves his works from Hartford to Chicago. Hartford, March 29th. The Paige typesetting machine has been removed to Chicago, the designs and models being now on the way to that city. In 2 weeks the last vestiges of this enterprise, which has been one of special mechanical interest here during the past 14 years, will disappear from the city. Mark Twain, who was extensively interested in the patents financially, sold out last year before leaving for Europe, and James W. Paige, the inventor, is now in control of the project. During the past 2 years Mr. Paige has been perfecting his invention, but has not yet secured the final patents in this country and in Europe. These patents will be issued simultaneously in the United States and in Europe. The models were forwarded to Chicago in a 10-ton safe, every precaution being taken to prevent loss or disclosure. The work of manufacturing the machines will be commenced this season, the company in charge being backed by a capital of $6 million. Employment will be given to 500 hands in prosecuting this work. Mr. Paige says he has orders for 4,000 machines, the cost of each one being $20,000. He will take with him the skilled employees who have been engaged here on the work. End of Section 11, March 30, 1892. Paige Typesetting Machines. Read by John Greenman. Section 12 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. October 5, 1892. Work of the Courts. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, is one of the defendants in a suit brought in the Supreme Court by Hubbard Brothers of Philadelphia, publishers, to recover $25,000 damages for alleged false and defamatory statements made in a circular by the firm of Charles L. Webster and Company, publishers, of which Mr. Clemens is a member. Each firm published a life of General W. T. Sherman. That of Hubbard Brothers had an introduction by General O. O. Howard, the main portion of the book being written by William Fletcher Johnson. General Howard's was described as a joint author. Webster and Company published the memoirs of General Sherman by himself, with an appendix by James G. Blaine. In the circular over which the suit has arisen, the latter firm of publishers warned their agents and the public that the Philadelphia firm was making misleading statements to the effect that General Howard was writing a life of Sherman to be published by them, and an extract from a letter from General Howard was given in which he appeared to brand the statements made by Hubbard Brothers as erroneous. Hubbard Brothers have a letter from General Howard saying that it was unfair to pick a single sentence out of his letter. Judge Patterson of the Supreme Court yesterday appointed a commission to take testimony in Chicago and other cities in the suit. End of Section 12, October 5, 1892. Works of the Court. Read by John Greenman. Section 13 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, Section 13, November 1, 1893. S. L. Clemens tired of business. Read by John Greenman. S. L. Clemens tired of business. Reason for the sale of C. L. Webster and Company's subscription book department. Charles L. Webster and Company have sold the entire subscription book department of their business as booksellers and publishers. There is no reason given for their action except the desire of one of the partners in the firm, Samuel L. Clemens, to retire from business. The best part of their subscription book department consisted in the Library of American Literature, compiled and edited by Edmund Clarence Stedman and Ellen Mackay Hutchinson. The value of this work was estimated last March at $250,000. The buyer is William Evarts Benjamin. The price paid is not known, but it is rumored that the sum was not half of the estimated value. Mr. Benjamin will enter the field of subscription books this fall with the Library of American Literature and an edition limited to 250 copies of a work on the continent of America, in which John Boyd Thatcher, already the theme of much adverse criticism for his system of awards at the Chicago Fair, defends with an imposing array of documents the right of Americus Vespucius to have named the New World discovered by Christopher Columbus. Mr. Benjamin declares that nothing as important has occurred in many years as in the book publisher's world his purchase of the Library of American Literature, in the domain of Americana students his purchase of John Boyd Thatcher's work, and in the world of bibliophiles his discovery of a book on the topography of Rome, dated 1588, and having on its title page the autograph of John Milton. The latter book was a neglected volume of the Sears Library, which is representative of books and their history since the time when pages were printed on one side only, from blocks carved in naive outlines. End of Section 13, November 1, 1893. S. L. Clemens tired of business. Read by John Greenman. Section 14 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. November 10, 1893. Lotos dinner to Mark Twain. The Lotos Club will give the first dinner in its new house, 558 Fifth Avenue, to Mr. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, on Saturday evening. 200 members and guests will participate in this tribute to the humorist. The capacities of the new clubhouse will be well tested. Mark Twain is one of the oldest members of the Lotos, but, owing to his residence abroad, his fellow members have seen very little of him for a number of years. The demand for seats at the dinner, in his honor, is something unprecedented, and it promises to be a notable one in the history of the club. Among those who have accepted invitations and who are expected to be present and participate in the after-dinner speaking are Seth Low, Richard Watson Gilder, Charles Dudley Warner, Edmund Clarence Stedman, Charles A. Dana, William D. Howells, General Horace Porter, James Brisbane Walker, and Edward Eggleston. President Frank R. Lawrence will preside. Mr. Clemens expected to return to Europe at an early day, but he postponed his departure in order to accept this compliment from the Lotos Club. End of Section 14, November 10, 1893. Lotos Dinner to Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Section 15 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. November 12, 1893. Mark Twain at dinner. The guest of honor in the Lotos Club's new house. The famous American humorist greeted by many well-known people. Witty references by Charles Dudley Warner, Charles A. Dana, Seth Low, Richard Watson Gilder, and others. The guest praised for his love of the United States. Mr. Clemens, 2 speeches. The Lotos Club gave its first dinner in its new home on Fifth Avenue near 45th Street last evening. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, was the guest of honor. The dinner was a notable event, and it brought together a large gathering of well-known men. Besides Mr. Clemens, there were seated at the head of the table William Dean Howells, Charles Dudley Warner, John Hay, Richard Watson Gilder, General Horace Porter, Charles A. Dana, Andrew Carnegie, Edmund Clarence Stedman, James Brisbane Walker, Seth Low, and St. Clair McElway. In addition to these were nearly 200 other men well known in social, business, literary, and artistic circles. After the dinner, humor, jollity, and good comradeship held undisputed sway. President Lawrence introduced, to use a formal expression, the guest of the evening with a few witty and well-chosen allusions. Mark Twain needed no introduction, however. He made 2 speeches, abounding with his quaint and inimitable humor. Almost every sentence was punctuated with spontaneous laughter and applause. The other speakers made Mr. Clemens the target of many a jest and joke, which were appreciated by none more keenly than by the famous writer himself. "I have seldom in my lifetime," said Mr. Clemens, "listened to compliments more felicitous, nor praise so well bestowed. I return thanks for them from a full heart and appreciative spirit, and I will say in self-defense that while I am charged with having no reverence for anything, I have a reverence for a man who can say such things as your genial president. And I also have a reverence, deep and sincere, for a club that can confer upon one so confessedly deserving such distinguished tribute of respect. To be the chief guest on an occasion like this is something to be envied, and if I read human nature correctly tonight, I am envied. I am glad to see a club in these palatial quarters. I knew it 20 years ago when it was in a stable, and later when it was in a respectable house, but nothing so fine as this. I am glad to see it is renewing its youth, and I hope it may be continued to the end.
and I hope I shall be there. When I was studying for the ministry there were two or three things that attracted my attention. One was that unfortunate procedure that was introduced with the first banquet recorded in history, and which has been universally followed down to this present moment. I refer to the annoying custom of making the guest of the evening hop on his feet first. In the first banquet recorded in history, that other prodigal son, who had come back from his travels, as I have done, was notified to stand up and say his say. That was unfair. If he had been left alone until his brethren David, Goliath, and the rest of 'em had spoken, and if he had had as much experience as I, he would have declined. We know what happened. He gave himself away. I am afraid I shall give myself away if I go on. My history is plenty well enough known already. I never wish to add anything to it. Now that you know how I feel about this matter, I will sit down and give the others a chance. If they talk too much, then I will get up and deny it ever happened. Besides, I don't feel well enough to talk any more. I have been in training with the Democratic Party, and the events of last Tuesday have sort of undermined my political health. You can imagine I don't feel very robust. I feel as I do when I see one of those weak-minded young ladies with an extra charge of poetic soul towing a pup around the street. When I translate that pup's feelings I feel that in that pup is concentrated the Democratic Party. That ought to be a good excuse. Now, if I may beg your permission, I would rather sit down and wait until I find out whether I am a prodigal or a fatted calf. Charles W. Warner was next introduced. He spoke in a happy vein about the reputation which Mark Twain has acquired in every part of the civilized and uncivilized world. After many chaffing remarks, Mr. Warner reverted to serious talk for a few moments and said, "Now, underneath all this, I have great respect and love for the man I am defending. I believe there is no man of the ordinary sort that is known to so many people as Mark Twain, and that there is none who is held in such friendly and warm-hearted recognition. Whether he is in Italy, India, Germany, or England, or whether he is among true-hearted Americans, he is always the same person, the same cordial, 'God bless you, Mark Twain.'" A telegram from Henry Irving was read as follows: "Salutations and greetings to my old and honored friend Mark Twain, and to the Lotos Club, with its supreme good fellowship. Wish I could be with you." Charles A. Dana expressed his satisfaction at being able to pay tribute of affection and esteem to the guest of the evening. He said: "Never have we had from him any word or any suggestion that was not purely and heartily American. There are those to day who seem to think it the right thing to do to turn their backs upon the Stars and Stripes, but Mark Twain is not one of those, and I judge from the light that sparkles in your eyes as I gaze upon you that all the Lotos Club is first and always American. For that we say to Mark Twain, God bless you, and we will always carry you in our hearts." Seth Low was the next speaker. He referred humorously to the political events of the last few days, and said that while all New York knew that what they saw in the Sun was so, he had not been able to find anything in that newspaper that would lead him to believe that there had been an election.
St. Clair McKelway made a witty defense of Brooklyn, and rejoiced at the vindication of right at the last election. He said that he expected many New Yorkers to move to Brooklyn now, and that some Brooklyn people would migrate to New York en route for a climate further up the river. He told many humorous stories about Mark Twain which occasioned roars of laughter. General Horace Porter followed in another brilliant speech. There were again loud calls for Mark Twain, and he responded as follows: I don't see that I have a great deal to explain away. I have got off very easily indeed, considering the opportunities these gentlemen have had. Neither Mr. Warner nor President Low said anything that I can object to. But I never heard so many lies as Mr. McKelway told you. I consider myself a pretty capable liar, but when he got through I was more than gratified to see how many things he had not found out. Mark Twain then became Samuel L. Clemens, and he spoke seriously and feelingly about what had been said of his Americanism. I have been on the continent 2.5 years, and have met many Americans there. I tell you it is very gratifying that wherever you find Americans in Europe, they have in almost all cases preserved their Americanism. The American abroad likes to see the flag of his country. He likes to see the stars and stripes fluttering proudly in the breeze. In those 2.5 years I met only one American lady to be ashamed of. That is a very good record. That woman glorified monarchical institutions and lauded titles of nobility. She kept on until it was plain to me that she had forgotten such a country as the United States and such a flag as our flag. Finally, when I could stand it no longer, I said, "We have at least one merit. We are not as China is." The lady replied that she would like to know what the difference was. I answered, "China forbids a dissatisfied citizen to leave the country. We don't." I was born a mugwump, and I shall probably die a mugwump. This election merely proves what I have contended abroad. I have said there that when Europe gets a ruler lodged in her gullet, there is no help for it but a bloody revolution. Here we go and get a great big emetical ballot and heave it up. Richard Watson Gilder, the editor of the Century, was the last speaker. He spoke briefly, but with quaint humor. End of section 15, November 12, 1893. Mark Twain at dinner. Read by John Greenman. Section 16 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. December 11, 1893. Mark Twain visits editor Bunner. Newark, New Jersey, December 10th. Mark Twain, Clemens, visited Nutley, New Jersey, last night. He drove in a cab to the house of editor H. C. Bunner of Puck. The humorists were together only a few hours before rumors were afloat that Mr. Clemens had come to Nutley to see the Poppashan pig, which was described recently in the New York Times. End of section 16, December 11, 1893. Mark Twain visits editor Bunner. Read by John Greenman. Section 17 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. December 15, 1893. Mark Twain too ill to lecture. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, is confined to his hotel in this city, suffering from a severe cold. He was announced to lecture last night in the clubroom of St. George's Church Men's Club on reminiscences of a Mississippi pilot, but his medical adviser forbade it. End of section 17, December 15, 1893. Mark Twain too ill to lecture. Read by John Greenman. Section 18 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. February 27, 1894. Mark Twain's Old Stories. The motive that prompts men and women to attend an entertainment in which Mark Twain figures as a star attraction is not to be misconstrued. They want to be amused. Their minds are made up for an evening of laughter. Having set themselves in that purpose, nothing can turn them from it, not even Mark Twain. Last night's audience at the concert hall of the Madison Square Garden turned out to look, hear, and laugh. It executed that intention thoroughly, while Mark Twain loitered through several of his back numbers. He prefaced his story of the jumping frog by saying that it was 29 years old, while Oudinot, his second number, was aged but 27 years. The audience listened to him with as close attention and was convulsed with determined merriment as completely as if the frog's handicap of 5 pounds of shot snugly stuffed into its interior, and the story of the man who led a blast skyward for half an hour and was docked his wages for time lost had come off the humorist's reel for the first time. He responded to the demands for more with his Washington birthday speech at Farmingham and the stammering story. The evening bill was evidently arranged with reference to calls for more. Its 7 numbers were accordingly doubled. James Whitcomb Riley contributed 3 of them, each multiplied by an encore. His skill in Hoosier dialect was first shown in Hodden Gray and Jim, which were followed by real-life people, the little man in the tin shop, the child genuine, and goblins, all well rendered. Gaps in the bill left by the 2 stars were filled by Douglas Shirley, described as the Kentucky storyteller, whose pen seems to have abjured bluegrass fertility for unrealities across the ocean. The trio will appear again tonight. End of section 18, February 27, 1894. Mark Twain's Old Stories. Read by John Greenman. Section 19 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. May 10, 1894. Charles L. Webster & Company's affairs. The liabilities placed at about $80,000. Mark Twain sails for Europe. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, senior partner of the publishing house of Charles L. Webster & Company, sailed for Europe yesterday on the steamship New York. Before his departure, Mr. Clemens held an extended conference with Bainbridge Colby, the assignee of the company. Later, Mr. Colby made the following statement: "The liabilities of the firm will not exceed $80,000. The largest claim against the company is one for $25,000. There is no truth whatever in the report that Mrs. U. S. Grant has a large sum of money due her on the Grant memoirs. Her claim will not exceed a few $100. I am convinced there is only one way to realize on the assets of the Webster Company, and that is to sell them in the usual course of business. I still have hopes that some plan may be perfected which will make it possible to sell the stock which is on hand without resorting to such a costly alternative as an assignee's sale. Mr. Clemens feels keenly the conditions in which his affairs are involved, and whatever the result of the plan which he has adopted for the working up of the assets and the continuation of contracts. I do not think that he will consider himself relieved of the moral obligation to repay his creditors. Mr. Colby said Mr. Clemens sailed for Europe to be absent indefinitely. He has a number of important engagements abroad, but will return at once should there be any need here for his presence. End of Section 19, May 10, 1894, Charles L. Webster and Company's Affairs. Read by John Greenman. Section 20 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. August 16, 1894. Mayor Gilroy sails for Europe. He has a celebrated but gloomy fellow passenger in the person of Mark Twain. Judging from the number of cabin passengers who were carried out by yesterday's outgoing steamships, the tide of eastward travel has begun to ebb. There were many staterooms to spare on the ships that sailed, but there were also many notables among the passengers, a full list of whom was printed in the New York Times yesterday. Mayor Gilmore, who was among those who sailed by the Paris for Southampton, said just before embarking that he was making the trip simply for a rest, and that he intended to return on the Trave early in September. "I do not expect," he added, "to see Mr. Grace, and my trip has no political significance whatever. I have just come from the City Hall, where I have been saying good-bye to my friends. At my request, none of them came here to see me off." The mayor is accompanied by his two sons and Miss Fanny Gilroy. His party was followed over the gangplank by a solemn-visaged, grizzly-mustached individual who is known to his fellow passengers as Samuel L. Clemens, and to a wider circle as Mark Twain. A deckhand stationed at the gangplank eyed Mark with suspicion, and, blocking the way, demanded to know if he was a passenger. The innocent, who was going abroad, looked dismally at his questioner and said he didn't know. Then he carefully deposited a pictorial carpet-bag on the gangplank and drew forth a passenger list, which he consulted with much deliberation. He found his name inscribed thereon, and announced with an air of triumph that he was a passenger. Then he gathered up his belongings and resumed his funereal march, while the astonished deckhand made anxious inquiries as to who the melancholy person was. To the reporters Mark Twain explained that he was going over to see his wife and family, who are in Etretat, S-I-C, note, probably Etretat, France, and who are, according to the husband, supporting a couple of doctors at that place. "When a European doctor gets hold of a good patient," Mark Twain observed, "the medical man passes the patient along to some friend in another place, and, like the wandering Jew, the sick person is constantly kept moving. I am getting to be very fond of the ocean," he added gravely, and then said more seriously that after the first 6 or 7 days he found a boundless enjoyment in a trip across. The author neglected to add that the average time of passage these days is less than 6 days, and there is consequently a suspicion that his love for the ocean wave is not so very deep after all. Mrs. Mary Frost Ormsby, who also sailed by the Paris, goes to represent the Universal Peace Union and the American Peace Society at the International Peace Congress in Antwerp. She says she deems her appointment by both organizations to represent America in another peace congress a sufficient reply to all the published attacks against her. Others who sailed by the Paris were Henry E. Abbey, E. A. Apgar, Dr. William H. Bennett, J. E. Cummins, Colonel Green of the 71st Regiment, and Mrs. Green, Mrs. E. Stauffer Chalmers, Bolassie Caralfi, Mrs. J. V. L. Preen, Miss Mathilde Townsend, the Reverend and Mrs. Kiersey Thomas, Count and Countess Piola Caselli, W. H. Dayton, Mr. A. G. Menacall, Bishop and Mrs. A. N. Littlejohn, and Miss Littlejohn, and F. D. Millet. End of Section 20, August 16, 1894. Mayor Gilroy sails for Europe. Read by John Greenman. Section 21 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. September 19, 1894. Business Troubles. The schedules of Charles L. Webster and Company, book publishers at 67 Fifth Avenue, in which firm Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, and Frederick J. Hall are the partners, were filed yesterday. They show liabilities of $94,191, nominal assets of $122,657, actual assets of $69,164, less $15,000 hypothecated to the United States National Bank, and net actual assets of $54,164. There are more than 200 creditors scattered all over the United States. Among the creditors are Mount Morris Bank, $29,500, United States National Bank, $15,000, George Barrow, Skaneateles, New York, $15,420, S. D. Warren and Company, Boston, $6,332, Jenkins and McCowan, $5,363, Thomas Russell and Son, $4,623. There is due for royalties, estate of U.S. Grant, $2,216, Colonel F. D. Grant, $727, estate of General P. H. Sheridan, St. Paul, Minnesota, $374, Mrs. E. B. Custer, London, $1,825. End of Section 21, September 19, 1894. Business Troubles. Read by John Greenman. Section 22 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. May 23, 1895. Mark Twain in the Playhouse, Pudd'nhead Wilson. He attends the performance of Pudd'nhead Wilson and describes the peculiarities of the twins. It was Mark Twain night at the Herald Square Theater last evening, and Samuel Clemens sat in a box and witnessed the performance of the play which Frank Mayo has made out of his story of Pudd'nhead Wilson. The fact that the humorist was to be present and would probably address the audience was known in advance, and the result was that the auditorium was crowded to its utmost capacity. Mr. Mayo and his company never acted with more spirit, and the performance was one of the best ever given of the play. After the third act there were loud cries for "Twain," and the humorist finally arose in his box and bowed to the audience. "Speech! Speech!" was shouted on all sides, and Mr. Clemens, responding to the call, made quite a long address. After complimenting Mr. Mayo on his work as a dramatist and an actor, he turned his attention to the twins and minutely analyzed their characters. He said: "I am gratified to see that Mr. Mayo has been able to manage those difficult twins. I tried, but in my hands they failed. Year before last there was an Italian freak on exhibition in Philadelphia, who was an exaggeration of the Siamese twins. This freak had one body, one pair of legs, two heads, and four arms. I thought he would be useful in a book, so I put him in. And then the trouble began. I called these consolidated twins Angelo and Luigi, and I tried to make them nice and agreeable, but it was not possible. They would not do anything my way, but only their own. They were wholly unmanageable,
and not a day went by that they didn't develop some new kind of devilishness, particularly Luigi. Angelo was of a religious turn of mind, and was monotonously honest and honorable and upright and tediously proper, whereas Luigi had no principles, no morals, no religion, a perfect blatherskite, and an inextricable tangle theologically. Infidel, atheist, and agnostic, all mixed together. He was of a malicious disposition, and liked to eat things which disagreed with his brother. They were so strangely organized that what one of them ate or drank had no effect upon himself, but only nourished or damaged the other one. Luigi was hearty and robust, because Angelo ate the best and most wholesome food he could find for him, but Angelo was himself delicate and sickly, because every day Luigi filled him up with mince pies and salt junk, just because he knew he couldn't digest them. Luigi was very dissipated, but it didn't show on him, but only on his brother. His brother was a strict and conscientious teetotaler, but he was drunk most of the time on account of Luigi's habits. Angelo was president of the Prohibition Society, but they had to turn him out, because every time he appeared at the head of the procession on parade he was a scandalous spectacle to look at. On the other hand, Angelo was a trouble to Luigi, the infidel, because he was always changing his religion, trying to find the best one, and he always preferred sects that believed in baptism by immersion, and this was a constant peril and discomfort to Luigi, who couldn't stand water outside or in. And so, every time Angelo got baptized, Luigi got drowned and had to be pumped out and resuscitated. Luigi was irascible, yet was never willing to stand by the consequences of his acts. He was always kicking somebody and then laying it on Angelo, and when the kicked person kicked back, Luigi would say, "What are you kicking me for? I haven't done anything to you." Then the man would be sorry and say, "Well, I didn't mean any harm. I thought it was you. But, you see, you people have only one body between you, and I can't tell which of you I'm kicking. I don't know how to discriminate. I do not wish to be unfair, and so there is no way for me to do but kick one of you and apologize to the other." They were a troublesome pair in every way. If they did any work for you, they charged for two, but at the boarding house they ate and slept for two and only paid for one. In the trains they wouldn't pay for two, because they only occupied one seat. The same at the theater. Luigi bought one ticket and dead-headed Angelo in. They couldn't put Angelo out, because they couldn't put the deadhead out without putting out the twin that had paid, and scooping in a suit for damages. Luigi grew steadily more and more wicked, and I saw by and by that the way he was going on he was certain to land in the eternal tropics, and at bottom I was glad of it, but I knew he would necessarily take his righteous brother down there with him, and that would not be fair. I did not object to it, but I didn't want to be responsible for it. I was in such a hobble that there was only one way out. To save the righteous brother, I had to pull the consolidated twins apart and make two separate and distinct twins of them. Well, as soon as I did that, they lost all their energy and took no further interest in life. They were wholly futile and useless in the book. They became mere shadows, and so they remain. Mr. Mayo manages them, but if he had taken a chance at them before I pulled them apart and tamed them, he would have found out early that if he put them in his play they would take full possession, and there wouldn't be any room in it for Pudd'nhead Wilson or anybody else. I have taken 4 days to prepare these statistics, and as far as they go you can depend upon their being strictly true. I have not told all the truth about the twins, but just barely enough of it for business purposes, for my motto is, and Pudd'nhead Wilson can adopt it if he wants to, my motto is, truth is the most valuable thing we have. Let us economize it.
Mr. Clemens' address was received with shouts of laughter and applause. In response to loud calls, Frank Mayo then appeared on the stage. He said that Mr. Clemens had left him nothing to say about the twins, but he desired publicly to thank the management of the theater for the admirable production they had given the piece, to which much of its popular success was due. Mr. Mayo bowed himself into the wings, followed by an outburst of hearty applause. End of Section 22. May 23, 1895. Mark Twain in the Playhouse, Pudd'nhead Wilson. Read by John Greenman. Section 23 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. July 12, 1895. Examining Mark Twain's assets. Supplementary proceedings on a judgment resulting from failure of C. L. Webster and Company. Mr. Clemens in poor health. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, the humorist, was yesterday examined in supplementary proceedings at the office of his lawyers, 40 Wall Street. Mr. Clemens was a partner in the publishing house of Charles L. Webster and Company. The firm was organized in 1885, failed in 1890, was reorganized, and failed again in April 1894, with assets of $25,000 and liabilities of $80,000. The firm published Grant's memoirs and made a success of it, but in the late business depression the firm became embarrassed. The examination of Mark Twain yesterday was upon a judgment against him and Frederick J. Hall, another member of the firm, that Thomas Russell & Sons, printers, of 34 New Chambers Street, obtained in the sum of $5,046.83. Upon the return of the execution unsatisfied, Justice Patterson issued an order for the examination of Messrs. Clemens and Hall. Mr. Clemens returned from Europe about 6 weeks ago and went to Elmira. He was there served with the order for the examination and came here yesterday morning. Henry H. Rogers, a director of the Standard Oil Company, the other member of the firm, was present yesterday, waiting to be examined after the judgment creditors finished with Mr. Clemens. Mr. Clemens was examined in private, the lawyers on both sides agreeing not to make public any of the proceedings. The examination was not concluded yesterday and will go on again at 10 o'clock this morning. Bainbridge Colby, assignee of the firm of Charles L. Webster and Company, said that Mr. Clemens had lost all of his money trying to keep the firm solvent, and that in its failure he had lost everything. When the firm needed money and Mr. Clemens had no more to give it, Mrs. Clemens made loans until, at the time of the failure, it owed her $70,000. For this she has never made a claim against the firm's assets. Mr. Colby said that Mr. Clemens has done all in his power to aid him in paying the firm's creditors, and to dispose of the assets, which consisted of books that accumulated in the 9 years that the firm was in business. The assignee has paid dividends amounting to 20% of the claims proved against the firm. With the exception of Russell and Sons, the creditors of the firm have taken no action against Mr. Clemens, but have been satisfied with Mr. Colby's efforts to realize and pay them as much as possible, knowing that Mr. Clemens will do what he can to pay them in full. At the time of the failure Mr. Clemens became ill through worrying over his business affairs, and has not yet fully regained his health. He was attended yesterday by a nurse who came from Elmira to care for him until he is able to return. If he regains his health sufficiently he will start west. He expects to leave Vancouver August 16th on a lecture tour around the world that he contemplates making. After Mr. Clemens' examination is finished today, Messrs. Hall and Rogers will be examined. End of Section 23, July 12, 1895, Examining Mark Twain's Assets. Read by John Greenman. Section 24 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. July 23, 1895, Mark Twain begins his tour. He is carrying a lecture on morals around the world. He was asked to write it by a man in Australia, and throws all the responsibility on him. From the Cleveland, Ohio, Plain Dealer. Following is in part the text of Mark Twain's lecture on morals, delivered in Music Hall on Monday evening, July 15th, together with readings from his books. I was solicited to go round the world on a lecture tour by a man in Australia. I asked him what they wanted to be lectured on. He wrote back that those people were very coarse and serious, and that they would like something solid, something in the way of education, something gigantic, and he proposed that I prepare about 3 or 4 lectures, at any rate, on just morals, any kind of morals, but just morals, and I liked the idea. I liked it very much, and was perfectly willing to engage in that kind of work, and I should like to teach morals. I have a great enthusiasm in doing that, and I shall like to teach morals to those people. I do not like to have them taught to me, and I do not know of any duller entertainment than that, but I know I can produce a quality of goods that will satisfy those people. If you teach principles, why, you had better let your illustrations come first, illustrations which shall carry home to every person. I planned my first lecture on morals. I must not stand here and talk all night. Get out a watch. I am talking the first time now, and I do not know anything about the length of it. I would start with 2 or 3 rules of moral principles which I want to impress upon those people. I will just make the lecture gradual, by and by. The illustrations are the most important, so that when that lecture is by and by written and completed, it will just be a waveless ocean with this archipelago of smiling green islands of illustrations in the midst of it. I thought I would state a principle which I was going to teach. I have this theory for doing a great deal of good out there,
everywhere, in fact, that you should prize as a priceless thing every transgression, every crime that you commit. The lesson of it, I mean. Make it permanent. Impress it so that you may never commit that same crime again, as long as you live. Then you will see yourself what the logical result of that will be, that you can get interested in committing crimes. You will lay up in that way, course by course, the edifice of a personally perfect moral character. You cannot afford to waste any crime. They are not given to you to be thrown away, but for a great purpose. There are 462 crimes possible, and you cannot add anything to this. You cannot originate anything. These have been all thought out, all experimented on, and have been thought out by most capable men in the penitentiary. When you commit a transgression, lay it up in your memory, and, without stopping, it will all lead toward moral perfection. When you have committed your 462, you are released of every other possibility and have ascended the staircase of faultless creation, and you finally stand with your 462 complete with absolute moral perfection, and I am more than two-thirds up there. It is immense aspiration to find yourself climbing that way, and have not much further to go. I shall have then that moral perfection, and shall then see my edifice of moral characters standing fair before the world, all complete. I know that this would produce it. Why, the first time that I ever stole a watermelon, I think it was the first time, but this is no matter, it was right along there somewhere, I carried that watermelon to a secluded bower. You may call it a bower, and I suppose you may not. I carried that watermelon to a secluded bower in the lumber yard, and broke it open, and it was green. Now then, I began to reflect. There is the virtual, that is, the beginning of reformation, when you reflect. When you do not reflect, that transgression is wasted on you. I began to reflect, and I said to myself, I have done wrong. It was wrong in me to steal that watermelon, that kind of watermelon. And I said to myself, now what would a right-minded and right-intentioned boy do who found that he had done wrong, stolen a watermelon like this? What would he do? What must he do? Do right. Restitution. Make restitution. He must restore that property to its owner, and I resolved to do that. And the moment I made that good resolution I felt that electrical moral uplift which becomes a victory over wrongdoing. I was spiritually strengthened and refreshed, and carried that watermelon back to that wagon and gave it to the farmer, restored it to him, and I told him he ought to be ashamed of himself, going around working off green watermelons in that way on people who had confidence in him, and I told him in my perfectly frank manner it was wrong. I said that if he did not stop he could not have my custom, and he was ashamed. He was ashamed. He said he would never do it again, and I believe that I did that man a good turn, as well as one for myself. He did reform. I was severe with him a little, but that was all. I restored the watermelon, and made him give me a ripe one. I morally helped him, and I have no doubt that I helped myself the same time, for that was a lesson which remained with me for my perfection. Ever since that day to this I never stole another one like that. Then I have another theory, and that is to teach that when you do a thing, do it with all your might, do it with all your heart. I remember a man in California, Jim what is his name? Baker. He was a hearty man of most gentlemanly spirit, and had many fine qualities. He lived a good many years in California, among the woods and mountains. He had no companionship but that of the wild creatures of the forest. To me he was an observant man. He watched the ways of the different creatures he got so that he could understand what the creatures said to each other, and translate it accurately. He was the only man I ever knew who could do this. I know he could, because he told me so himself, and he says that some of the animals have very slight education and small vocabulary, and that they are not capable of using figures and allegory. But there are other animals that have a large vocabulary. These creatures are very fond of talking. They like to show off, and he placed the blue jay at the head of that list. He said, "Now there is more to the blue jay than any other animal. He has got more different kinds of feeling. Whatever a blue jay feels he can put into language, and not mere commonplace language, but straight out and out book talk. And there is such a command of language. You never saw a blue jay get stuck for a word. He is a vocabularized geyser. Now you must call a jay a bird, and so he is in a measure, because he wears feathers and don't belong to any church, but otherwise he is just as human nature made him. A blue jay hasn't any more principle than an ex-congressman, and he will steal, deceive, and betray 4 times out of 5. And as for the sacredness of an obligation, you cannot scare him in the detail of principle. He talks the best grammar of all the animals. You may say a cat talks good grammar. Well, a cat does, but you let a cat get excited, you let a cat get a pulling fur with another cat on a shed nights, and you will hear grammar. A blue jay is human. He has got all a man's faculties and a man's weakness. He likes, especially, scandal. He knows when he is an ass as well as you do. End of section 24, July 23, 1895. Mark Twain begins his tour. Read by John Greenman. Section 25 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. August 17, 1895. Mark Twain's plan of settlement. Samuel L. Clemens proposes to pay the indebtedness of his firm with proceeds of lectures. Vancouver, B.C., August 16th. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, who is about leaving for Australia, made a signed statement today concerning the purposes of his long trip and his business troubles, in part as follows: It has been reported that I sacrificed for the benefit of the creditors the property of the publishing firm whose financial backer I was, and that I am now lecturing for my own benefit. This is an error. I intend the lectures as well as the property for the creditors. The law recognizes no mortgage on a man's brain, and a merchant who has given up all he has may take advantage of the rules of insolvency and start free again for himself. But I am not a business man, and honor is a harder master than the law. It cannot compromise for less than 100 cents on the dollar, and its debts never outlaw. I had a 2/3 interest in the publishing firm whose capital I furnished. If the firm had prospered I should have expected to collect 2/3 of the profits. As it is, I expect to pay all the debts. My partner has no resources, and I do not look for assistance from him. By far the largest single creditor of this firm is my wife, whose contributions in cash from her private means have nearly equaled the claims of all the others combined. In satisfaction of this great and just claim she has taken nothing, except to avail herself of the opportunity of retaining control of the copyrights of my books, which, for many easily understood reasons, of which financial ones are the least, we do not desire to see in the hands of strangers. On the contrary, she has helped and intends to help me to satisfy the obligations due to the rest. The present situation is that the wreckage of the firm, together with what money I can scrape together with my wife's aid, will enable me to pay the other creditors about 50% of their claims. It is my intention to ask them to accept that as a legal discharge, and trust to my honor to pay the other 50% as fast as I can earn it. From my reception thus far on my lecturing tour, I am confident that if I live I can pay off the last debt within 4 years, after which, at the age of 64, I can make a fresh and unencumbered start in life. I do not enjoy the hard travel and broken rest inseparable from lecturing, and if it had not been for the imperious moral necessity of paying these debts, which I never contracted, but which were accumulated on the faith of my name by those who had a presumptive right to use it, I should never have taken to the road at my time of life. I could have supported myself comfortably by writing, but writing is too slow for the demands that I have to meet. Therefore I have begun to lecture my way around the world. I am going to Australia, India, and South Africa, and next year I hope to make a tour of the great cities of the United States. In my preliminary run through the smaller cities on the northern route I have found a reception the cordiality of which has touched my heart and made me feel how small a thing money is in comparison with friendship. I meant when I began to give my creditors all the benefit of this, but I begin to feel that I am gaining something from it, too, and that my dividends, if not available for banking purposes, may be even more satisfactory than theirs. End of section 25, August 17, 1895. Mark Twain's Plan of Settlement. Read by John Greenman.
Section 26 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. August 23, 1896. Learns of her daughter's death. Mrs. Clemens faints when the news is broken to her. Among the passengers who arrived yesterday on the American Line steamship Paris were the wife and daughter of Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, whose eldest daughter, Olivia Susan Clemens, died on Tuesday night last at the home in Hartford, Connecticut. Mr. Clemens, who was expected also, had started with his wife and Miss Clara, the second daughter, when news of their eldest daughter's illness reached them, but was detained on business at the last moment in Southampton. He therefore was advised of the death by cable while Mrs. Clemens and the sister were on the ocean. They were notified by Dr. Rice, a friend of the family, who boarded the Paris at quarantine. The mother was prostrated and swooned when the news was conveyed to her. A carriage awaited the party at the pier, and they went directly to the Grand Central Station. Mr. Clemens sailed from Southampton yesterday for New York. End of Section 26, August 23, 1896. Learns of her daughter's death. Read by John Greenman. Section 27 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. July 17, 1897. Mark Twain as Kipling's progenitor. From the London Academy. A few years ago Mr. Kipling called on Mark Twain at Hartford. Afterward, in an account of his visit, he described the temptation which had beset him to steal the great man's corncob pipe as a relic. It was a nice touch of homage, coming from the man who has done more than any other to carry on the traditions established by the American writers, and in so doing, in a large measure, to supersede him. These traditions may be briefly described as the wish to set down as bluntly and forcibly as possible whatever one has to say, and the refusal to allow any intermediary between oneself and one's subject. Before Mr. Kipling rose glowing in the east, Mark Twain held the field. He was the ideal of masculine writers. There were no half-ways with his readers. Either they swore by him through thick and thin, or unconditionally they cast him aside. Probably no author has been so little read by women, although, on the other hand, there was hardly a boy in the English-speaking world who would not have bartered his soul for Mark Twain's corncob pipe as a relic. He did just what boys and elemental men like. He came straight to the point. He feared no one, and he esteemed laughter above all the gifts of God. Thus it was from 25 to a dozen years ago. But then, in the early '80s, Mark Twain's old manner became changed. He abandoned his zest in lawless life and the records of his personal impressions in the serious places of the earth, and he turned to satire and romance. His sorrowing readers had only just perceived the melancholy truth when Soldiers 3 appeared in its quiet blue-gray covers, to mark the beginnings of a new sledge-hammer pen and divert their grief. British India won, and today Mr. Rudyard Kipling is the ideal masculine writer, and his is the pipe that is coveted by boys and elemental men. He is a finer artist than Mark Twain. His sympathies are wider, his genius is more comprehensive, and yet, when all be said, the fact remains that Mark Twain is his literary progenitor. End of Section 27, July 17, 1897. Mark Twain as Kipling's progenitor. Read by John Greenman. Section 28 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. September 11, 1897. Mark Twain's new book. The Critic Lounger, commenting on the announcement that the title of Mark Twain's book has been changed from The Surviving Innocent Abroad to Following the Equator, says, I am told on reliable authority that the price paid to Mr. Clemens for this book is $40,000 in payments of $10,000 each, and that he will make the whole of it over to his creditors, to whom he owes about $20,000 more. At the rate of $40,000 a book, it will not take Mr. Clemens long to pay off his indebtedness. Major Pond has recently made him an offer of $50,000 for a series of lectures in this country, but the offer has not been accepted as yet. End of section 28, September 11th, 1897, Mark Twain's new book. Read by John Greenman. Section 29 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. October 2, 1897. Mark Twain ill with gout. London, October 2nd. A dispatch to the Daily Chronicle from Vienna says that Mr. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, is confined to his bed with the gout, but he is in excellent spirits and calls his ailment toothache in the toe. End of section 29, October 2, 1897. Mark Twain ill with gout. Read by John Greenman. Section 30 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. November 6, 1897. Mark Twain still in debt. Denies that he wrote a letter saying he had paid his creditors. Hartford, November 5th. Mark Twain's publishers in this city have just received a cablegram from the author in which he emphatically denies the report that he recently wrote a letter to a personal friend in this country stating that he had made $82,000 the last 2 years and had paid his business debts in full. The cablegram, dated November 4th and sent from Vienna, Austria, reads, Bliss, publisher. Lie. Wrote no such letter. Still deeply in debt. The facts are that Mr. Clemens still owes about $50,000 on account of C.L. Webster and Company debts, which represent about one-half of the original indebtedness of that firm, the half which the author need not pay, but which he says he will pay dollar for dollar. He has great faith in the staying qualities of his new book, Following the Equator, and hopes to soon realize enough from its sale to be able to turn over a handsome sum to his creditors. Beyond the business debts which weigh upon him so heavily, he owes nothing, and with them out of the way would have no cause of worry as to the future. End of section 30, November 6, 1897. Mark Twain still in debt. Read by John Greenman. Section 31 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. Austria in the Balance. Mark Twain sees an opportunity. Town councils, as a rule, do not anywhere pass for seats of wisdom, but Vienna is unquestionably trying to carry off the palm as a modern Abdera. What has been going on in the municipality for months is a continued warfare against common sense worthy of being sung by Mark Twain. With the eye of a connoisseur he perceived that here was a rare subject for his muse, and that it would not be difficult for him satiram non scribere on how a great city's affairs ought not to be administered. The eminent satirist arrived here from Tyrol quietly about a fortnight ago, accompanied by Mrs. Clemens and their 2 daughters. He proposes to stay here some 8 months with his family. One of his daughters is to take lessons of the celebrated piano teacher Leschetizky, her father says, and undoubtedly it is true, but I am sure the secret object of his visit is to write a book on modern Abdera. A few days after his arrival he was laid up with "toothache in his toe," as he declared. On leaving his bed his first visit was to the town council, to attend one of those sittings, with their petty quarrels and scandals, pour une omelette. And very well timed his visit was. He came in for a really typical scene, sure to be immortalized in one of his future writings. Honors to the American author. He is working very much during his stay here, spending hours at his desk. But for some time he will publish nothing except the book now in press, and which will appear simultaneously in America and England. Mark Twain is meeting with the greatest respect in Vienna. The utmost attention is being paid him by the press, the Jewish press, of course, as the big Vienna dailies are called. The anti Semitic papers have taken hardly any notice of his visit, which, however, as a matter of fact, has created quite a sensation. His movements are chronicled at length, and he is besieged by interviewers. Tonight a solemn Festkneipe, a kind of free and easy banquet, is to be given in honor of the famous author by Concordia, the Society of Vienna Authors and Journalists. The other day, when he was inspecting the new Imperial Court Theater, orders were given to light up the whole of the magnificent building for the benefit of the visitor. He went all over it from the roof to the machinery under the stage, and said the splendor of the whole far surpassed his boldest expectations. To surprise the guest from over the seas, the inspector of machinery improvised a sea storm with thunder and lightning. In order to take another look at the auditorium, lighted as bright as day, Mark Twain bent down over the front of the imperial box, in which he happened to be at the moment. Suddenly a loud cry of "Back!" unpleasantly disturbed his contemplation. A photographer was just seizing the favorable moment to take the inside of the building, and well nigh succeeded in sending down to posterity a picture showing the illustrious representative of democratic America in the Emperor of Austria's box. Mark Twain, being asked by the gentleman taking him over the theater whether he had written anything for the stage, rejoined, "I made a play, but it would not play." End of Section 31, November 14, 1897. Austria in the Balance. Mark Twain sees an opportunity. Read by John Greenman. Section 32 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. November 27, 1897. Mark Twain's Vienna speech in German. Mark Twain, a few weeks ago, was entertained in Vienna by the Concordia, a socialistic club, when he made the following speech in the German language, a translation having been made for the Review of Books and Art. I am deeply touched to be received here so hospitably by colleagues of my own profession, and in a land so far from my own home. My heart is full of gratitude, but my lack of German words forces me to great economy of expression. I do not speak the German language well, but several experts have assured me that I write it like an angel. Maybe, I don't know. I have so far had no acquaintance with angels. That will come later, if it so please the dear Lord. There is no hurry. For quite some time, gentlemen, I have nursed the passionate longing to make a speech in German, but I was never allowed to do that. People who had no feeling for art constantly laid obstacles in my way, and brought to naught my desire at times by means of excuses, and frequently by main force. These people always said to me, "Keep still, your worship, silence for God's sake, seek some other way
to make yourself tiresome. In the present instance, as usual, it was quite difficult to obtain the permission. The committee regretted it very much, but it could not grant me the permission on account of a law which demands of the Concordia that she protect the German language. Good gracious! How could, might, dared, should this be said to me? I am surely the truest friend of the German language, and not only since recently, but for a long time past, in fact, for the past 20 years, and never have I had the desire to injure the noble language. On the contrary, have only wished to improve it. I could merely reform it. It was the dream of my life. I have visited the various German governments and have applied for contracts. I have come to Austria now on just this mission. I shall only attempt a few changes. I would merely compress the method, the luxurious extended construction. I would suppress, eliminate, destroy the eternal parenthesis, move the verb so far forward that it could be discovered without a telescope. In short, gentlemen, I would simplify your beloved language, so that when you utilize it for prayer you may be understood above. I implore you to allow yourselves to be counseled by me. Effect these mentioned reforms, then you will possess a splendid language, and afterward, when you say anything, you will at least understand what you yourself have said. But frequently, nowadays, when you have delivered yourself of a mile-long sentence, and have paused to rest somewhat, you must certainly possess a touching curiosity to find out what it was that you really did say. Several days ago a correspondent of a local newspaper evolved a sentence containing 112 words, and in it were 7 parentheses, while the subject was changed 7 times. Just think of it! In the course of a single sentence the poor, persecuted, worn-out subject must suffer 7 transfers. Now, if we should carry out the mentioned reforms, it will not be so bad. Still one more thing. I would like to reform just a little the separable verb. I would permit no one to do what Schiller did. He has compressed the entire history of the 30 Years' War between the two parts of a separable verb. That aroused even Germany itself, and permission was refused him to compile the history of the 100 Years' War. Thanks be to God! After all these reforms have been established, the German language will be the noblest and nicest in the world. As at present, gentlemen, the character of my mission is unknown to you, I would request that you be kind enough to extend your valuable aid to me. Mr. Putzel desired to make the public believe that I came to Vienna to block the bridges and hinder traffic while I made and noted my observations. Don't allow yourselves to be deceived by him. My frequent presence on the bridges has an entirely innocent cause. There I find the necessary room. There one can extend a noble long German sentence along the bridge railing and overlook its entire contents with one glance. On one end of the railing I paste the first part of a separable verb, and the closing part I paste on the other end. Then I spread out the body of the sentence in between. Usually the bridges of the city are long enough for my purpose, but when I wish to study the writings of Purcell I ride out to and use the magnificent endless State Bridge. But that is a calumny. Purcell writes the most beautiful German, perhaps not so pliable as mine, but in some details a good deal better. Excuse the flatteries. They are well deserved. Now I would execute my speech, or rather bring it to a close. I am a stranger, but here among you I have quite forgotten this, and so again, and once again, my heartiest thanks.
End of Section 32, November 27, 1897, Mark Twain's Vienna speech in German, read by John Greenman. Section 33 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. January 1, 1898. Mark Twain paying his firm's debts. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, says the Publishers Weekly, has just made a payment of 25% to the creditors of C. L. Webster and Company, which failed in 1894, and which Mr. Clemens was heavily interested. The assignee, Bainbridge Colby of 120 Broadway, managed to realize 28% of the liabilities out of the assets of the firm and of the personal estate of Mr. Clemens, which was turned over to him at once. With one or two exceptions, the creditors offered to settle with 50 cents on the dollar, and this sum Mr. Clemens paid last year. He, however, stated that he should take no advantage of any bankruptcy law, but would, if given time, pay dollar for dollar of the indebtedness. He has kept his word, and has now made a payment that wipes out 75% of his liabilities. Mr. Clemens hopes inside of 4 years to make his final payment. It is to be hoped Mr. Clemens may be granted the satisfaction of seeing his great undertaking accomplished. He is 64 years old. End of Section 33, January 1, 1898. Mark Twain paying his firm's debts, read by John Greenman. Section 34 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. March 12, 1898. Mark Twain's debts as paid. From the London Daily News. Mark Twain has paid all the debts that led to the bankruptcy of the publishing firm with which he was connected. It is a fine example of the very chivalry of probity, and in the circumstances, as an admirer has pointed out, it deserves to rank with the historic case of Sir Walter Scott. The firm came to grief. Mark Twain might, if he had pleased, have confined his share of the loss to the amount of his liability under the partnership. He preferred to make good the entire loss, and to this end he had to make a fresh start in life at the age of 60. He accomplished it, and with this and the profits of his latest book he has carried out his high-minded and generous purpose. His own account of the matter, published soon after his setting out, is as follows: It has been reported that I sacrificed, for the benefit of the creditors, the property of the publishing firm whose financial backer I was, and that I am now lecturing for my own benefit. This is an error. I intend the lectures, as well as the property, for the creditors. The law recognizes no mortgage
on a man's brain, and a merchant who has given up all he has may take advantage of the laws of insolvency and start free again for himself. But I am not a business man, and honor is a harder master than the law. It cannot compromise for less than 100 cents on the dollar, and its debts never outlaw. I had a 2/3 interest in the publishing firm, whose capital I furnished. If the firm had prospered, I should have expected to collect 2/3 of the profits. As it is, I expect to pay all the debts. My partner has no resources, and I do not look for assistance from him. By far the largest single creditor of this firm is my wife, whose contributions in cash from her private means have nearly equaled the claims of all the others combined. She has taken nothing. On the contrary, she has helped and intends to help me to satisfy the obligations due to the rest. It is my intention to ask my creditors to accept that as a legal discharge, and trust to my honor to pay the other 50% as fast as I can earn it. From my reception thus far on my lecturing tour, I am confident that if I live I can pay off the last debt within 4 years, after which, at the age of 64, I can make a fresh and unencumbered start in life. I am going to Australia, India, and South Africa, and next year I hope to make a tour of the great cities of the United States. I meant when I began to give my creditors all the benefit of this, but I begin to feel that I am gaining something from it, too, and that my dividends, if not available for banking purposes, may be even more satisfactory than theirs. The last touch is very fine, both as literature and as feeling. He has gained something, and that is the esteem of all men of honor throughout the world. This act is the best of all critical commentaries on the high moral teaching of his books. He needs all the encouragement of sympathy. He has paid his debts, but he has still to make another fortune, and he is 63. End of Section 34, March 12, 1898. Mark Twain's Debts as Paid. Read by John Greenman. Section 35 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. June 20, 1898. Mark Twain on the Two Wars. From The Critic. The following letter was read at the recent Decoration Day banquet held at the Hotel Continental, Paris. Vienna, May 26, 1898. DEAR SIR, I thank you very much for your invitation, and I would accept it if I were foot free, for I should value the privilege of helping you do honor to the men who re-welded our broken Union and consecrated their great work with their lives, and also I should like to be there to do homage to our soldiers and sailors of today, who are enlisted for another most righteous war, and utter the hope that they may make short and decisive work of it, and leave Cuba free and fed when they face for home again. And finally, I should like to be present and see you interweave those two flags which, more than any others, stand for freedom and progress in the earth, flags which represent two kindred nations, each great and strong by itself, competent sureties for the peace of the world when they stand together. Truly yours, Mark Twain.
End of Section 35, June 20th, 1898. Mark Twain on the Two Wars. Read by John Greenman. Section 36 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. July 24th, 1898. 4th of July in Berlin. Mark Twain writes a letter on Anglo-American unity. A letter from Mark Twain. Kaltenleutgeben, near Vienna, June 28, 1898. Brainerd Warner, Jr., Esquire, United States Consul, Leipzig.
Dear Sir, I have waited to see if I could defeat my obstructions and come to Leipzig, but have failed. I cannot venture away from my desk, lest I fail to finish work in hand, and soon do. It costs me a pang to lose this 4th in solitude, when the fortunate may get on their feet and shout. Ordinarily I should not care, but I must care this time, for this is not an ordinary 4th. On the contrary, it is a memorable one, the most memorable which the flag has known in 33 years, and there have been but two before it which may claim to rank with it as happy epoch posts in the history of the Republic, 1865 and 1776. This one marks the burial of the estrangement which has existed so long and so perniciously between England and America, a welcome condition of things which, if wisely nursed and made permanent, can be of inestimable value to both nations and incidentally to the world. In reverence for liberty, in humanitarian and civilizing impulses, and in other great things of the heart and the spirit, the two nations are kindred as well as in blood, and friendly relations between them mean the forward march of the human race. That old animosity is buried. Let us hope it will stay buried, and also hope that for centuries to come this august funeral will still continue to be celebrated at our 4th, and that meantime any man who tries to dig up that corpse will promptly be put in condition to take its place. Truly yours, Mark Twain.
End of Section 36, July 24th, 1898. 4th of July in Berlin. Read by John Greenman. Section 37 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. October 20th, 1898. Mark Twain on Universal Peace. London, October 20th. The Vienna correspondent of the Daily News says Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, who has addressed a meeting of the Society of the Friends of Peace here, told them that he formerly doubted whether the world would ever be able to put a stop to war, but that the Czar had convinced and converted him. He spoke in English. The speech was not interpreted to the assembly, because the government representative doubted that all Mr. Clemens said would bear translation. End of Section 37, October 20th, 1898. Mark Twain on Universal Peace. Read by John Greenman. Section 38 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. November 13th, 1898. A medallion of Mark Twain. Mark Twain seems to find Vienna to his liking, which is no wonder. On the Continent there is neither state nor city that could afford the celebrated humorist more material or more incitement. He is said to be at work on a great book now, although I have not heard it from him himself. All the summer Mark Twain, with Mrs. and the Misses Clemens, spent at the hydropathic establishment at Kaltenleutgeben, near Vienna. The society in which they mostly moved was the families of Count Weitherbach, Baron Springer, and other aristocrats. Since the middle of October Mark Twain has been back in Vienna again, but he has not returned to his former apartment, but has taken a large suite of rooms on the fourth floor of the new Hotel Kranz in the Neuen Market, where he has already settled for the winter. He finds the Austrian capital suits him, and the Vienna society knows how to appreciate him. At an art dealer's in the Graben are now to be seen medallions with a lifelike portrait of Mark Twain, and they are much liked. They by no means betray the fact that he sat without intending it. Unsuspicious of what awaited him, he went to the Deutsches Volkstheater one night, where he greatly enjoyed the performance. Meanwhile, however, a young artist in the next box was drawing away, all through the 4 acts, in fact, taking the unconscious author's portrait. Then the young fellow at home modeled the head so beautifully that the Austrian Art Industria Museum bought one of his medallions. The artist is still attending the grammar school, and is named Arthur Löwenthal. He did not conceive the idea of catching the illustrious American at the theater until after the latter had kindly but decidedly refused to sit to him, declaring that he had already sat for his portrait so often he could not bear any more sittings. End of Section 38, November 13th, 1898. A medallion of Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Section 39 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. March 26, 1899. Mark Twain wants $75,000. From Mark Twain in the Forum. Vienna, January 10th. I see by this morning's telegraphic news that I am not to be the new ambassador here after all. This, well, I hardly know what to say. Well, of course I do not care anything about it, but it is at least a surprise. I have for many months been using my influence at Washington to get this diplomatic see expanded into an ambassadorship, with the idea, of course, but never mind. Let it go. It is of no consequence. I say it calmly, for I am calm, but at the same time. However, the subject has no interest for me, and never had. I never really intended to take the place anyway. I made up my mind to it months and months ago, nearly a year. But now, while I am calm, I would like to say this, that so long as I shall continue to possess an American's proper pride in the honor and dignity of his country, I will not take any ambassadorship in the gift of the flag
at a salary short of $75,000 a year. If I shall be charged with wanting to live beyond my country's means, I cannot help it. A country which cannot afford ambassadors' wages should be ashamed to have ambassadors. Think of a $17,500 ambassador, particularly for America. Why, it is the most ludicrous spectacle, the most inconsistent and incongruous spectacle, contrivable by even the most diseased imagination. It is a billionaire in a paper collar, a king in a breech clout, an archangel in a tin halo, and for pure sham and hypocrisy the salary is just the match of the ambassador's official clothes.
End of section 39, March 26, 1899. Mark Twain wants $75,000. Read by John Greenman. Section 40 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. May 27, 1899. Mark Twain's book. Views as to its publication a century hence. The ingenuity of Mark Twain with respect to his books has just shown itself again in a highly interesting and novel manner. According to the latest news from him in Vienna, a new book of personal reminiscences will not be published, he says, until 100 years after his death. Here is certainly a long time for an author to impose as a restriction on the publication of his own work. The tendency generally is to the other extreme. But if Mark Twain is in earnest, it may be that he does not wish to give readers of the present day an entire monopoly of his writings, but wishes to bequeath some of the good things to the future. The book is, according to the London Times, a bequest to posterity. There may be some other good reason, however, for its long-delayed publication. Mark Twain boldly states that he is going to tell the truth without respect to persons, conventions, or pruderies, and that the men and women mentioned will appear "with all their warts." It is further said that this book will not be written in Mark Twain's familiar style, which the author anticipates will be forgotten by the time the work is published. If the style be forgotten, what will become of the author's name toward the beginning of the 21st century, and will the persons and incidents mentioned be absorbingly entertaining at that time? Mr. Arthur Scribner and a few other publishers are inclined to smile skeptically at the announcement. "The whole thing," said Mr. Scribner a few days ago, "may simply be another illustration of Mark Twain's humorous moods. I do not think we ought to take it too seriously, or he might have the laugh on us. There may be a little mistake somewhere in the 100 years, you know." John Kendrick Bangs, who ought to and can appreciate a humorous humor, remarked, "I cannot see that there is any valid objection to Mr. Clemens' resolve to cache his memoirs in a safe deposit vault for a period of 100 years, if he chooses to do so. It may inspire some of the individuals who know that they are liable to be mentioned to die of curiosity, but from my point of view the loss of a person weak enough to die of curiosity is not irreparable. In any event, it is better to die of curiosity than of wrath or of mortification. It is not uncommon for memoirs to be held back until all the persons spoken of are dead. This is preferable to editing an author's recollections into an exasperating vagueness, so as not to give offense to individuals named who might prove unduly sensitive. Personally, I am glad Mr. Clemens has resolved to store these things up until 1999.
It gives me something to look forward to in my old age. The plan is original, but I hope Mr. Clemens will not copyright it. If he fails to take out a patent on his scheme, Mr. Hall Caine and some other contemporary fictionists might be induced to do the same thing with their novels, and how beneficial that would be to mankind needs no heralding. I wholly approve of Mr. Clemens's resolution.
Professor Harry Thurston Peck of Columbia University and editor of the Bookman smiled at the mention of Mark Twain's century-delayed book.
"If it is a fact," he said, "it seems to me that if Mark Twain hopes to sustain the interest of his reminiscences he had better say what he has to say pretty soon. He undoubtedly knows many persons about whom he could relate entertaining incidents which would make enjoyable reading at the present day. But I do not imagine that Mr. Clemens has a large or intimate acquaintance with persons of the first rank, that is, statesmen, diplomats, and those engaged in the rule of nations. Memoirs, even long delayed, of such public people always have more or less interest, although we see that the recent Talleyrand memoirs were not notably popular, probably due somewhat to their expurgated condition. So while Mark Twain's utterances on his contemporaries would be interesting now, the very names of many of those persons may be almost forgotten within 25 years. And what will it be in 100 years? The book then would probably contain a great deal of very uninteresting matter, and as to any sharp personal comments, it would probably matter little 100 years hence whether they are absolutely correct or not.
Mr. Irving Putnam, of G. P. Putnam's Sons, considered it somewhat futile to attempt speculations as to the interest of a book by Mark Twain 100 years distant.
When we look at the rapid pace at which the world moves now in thought and activity, he said, and reflect how easily men and events of 25 years ago are forgotten, it would be vain to hazard an opinion regarding the popularity of a book written at the present time 100 years from now. From an ethical and literary standpoint, however, it seems perfectly fair for an author to restrict the publication of his material to that extent if he sees fit. If he has anything to say that he is afraid would cause heart-burnings or personal annoyances among certain persons or families, I do not see why he has not the right to defer the publication until such time as he believes all personal difficulties will be avoided. By fixing the time at 100 years, it is quite likely that all those intimately concerned in the matter will have ceased to exist, and no matter what the personalities may be, no serious annoyance could be caused.
End of section 40, May 27, 1899. Mark Twain's book, read by John Greenman. Section 41 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. May 29, 1899. Topics of the Times. Material for a most interesting controversy involving many delicate points, ethical, legal, literary, and even commercial, is supplied by Mark Twain's announcement that he is preparing a volume of memoirs for publication 100 years after his death. The New York Times Saturday Review has started the discussion by printing the first impressions made by Mr. Clemens' declaration of his purpose on the minds of Mr. Arthur Scribner, Professor Harry Thurston Peck, Mr. John Kendrick Bangs, and Mr. Irving Putnam, and others will doubtless soon have their say on one or another phase of the subject. The general inclination to consider Mr. Clemens only, or at least first, as a humorist may lead to suspicions of a hoax, and so make people cautious about treating the promised memoirs seriously. But as a matter of fact, his plan, as a plan and without reference to how he will carry it out, or to whether or not he intends to carry it out at all, involves a good many rather grave questions. Has a man, for instance, a moral right to put on paper for posthumous publication matter which he would not dare or care to publish while still alive, and therefore still amenable to the law and public opinion for what he writes? The answer to this inquiry would depend, of course, on the man's motive for delaying the appearance of his book, and on its character. Obviously no hard and fast rule could be formulated. There are many statements of fact which, if made today, would do nothing more than gratify curiosity, innocent or morbid, at a large expense of pain or humiliation to the living. Yet those same statements, aged by a century, might be of great historic value and not in the slightest degree annoying. On the other hand, cowardly malice might thus take basest revenge for fancied wrongs or deserved rebuffs, and fill with sharp thorns the path of children whose fathers are beyond or above reach. Nobody, it is safe to say, is injured in any way by the secrets extracted from the ancient documents in national archives. Acts that, committed by parents or grandparents, would cause a lot of blushing, often provoke only mild deprecation or none at all when fastened upon an ancestor 4 or 5 times removed. This is fortunate, else would the members of many and many a first family be permanently purple with shame. Such secrets, however, differ widely from intentionally deferred memoirs. End of Section 41, May 29, 1899. Topics of the Times. Read by John Greenman. Section 42 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. May 31, 1899. Topics of the Times. More on the autobiography. By an ingenious misinterpretation of what was said in this column a few days ago about the memories which Mark Twain says he is writing for publication 100 years hence, the Hartford Times provides itself with an excuse for denying all the Times said, and then saying it all over again in another form. We are charged with disregarding the probability that there is a mystification of some kind in the announcement, though we took especial pains to comment at some length on that very possibility, and we are lectured for intimating that Mr. Clemens's motive for postponing publication is malicious or cowardly, when all we did was to point out that his plan, executed by an unscrupulous person, might easily serve most evil ends. "Granted," writes the Hartford man, "a practice that has been common for a long time, that moralists have regarded without objection, that often serves a useful purpose, and that it is almost impossible to check if anyone has a fancy for it, it is a little hard to raise a solemn question of its permissibility when a distinguished humorist announces that he is to try it himself, but makes it a little more conspicuous than most such performances by giving it a full century to ripen." Not at all hard, dear friend, particularly if the question was of a much mitigated solemnity, and if it was raised in well justified belief that nobody in the world will suspect Mr. Clemens of plotting injury to men who will not be able, 100 years from now, to return the attack. Just because he is beyond such suspicion, the problem suggested was both safe and profitable. End of Section 42, May 31, 1899. Topics of the Times. Read by John Greenman. Section 43 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. June 11, 1899. Twain's Farewell to Vienna, by Dr. Johannes Horowitz. His interview with the Emperor of Austria tells Herr Pötzl of his plan for universal peace. Foreign Correspondence, New York Times. Vienna, May 30th. Mark Twain has left Vienna after a 20-month stay, and no other town has ever seen him depart with more regret. He had become well known to everyone. Wherever there was a festivity or something interesting to be seen or heard, the famous humorist was to be found. There are few persons here of any importance whose acquaintance he did not make. A farewell audience was quickly granted by His Majesty Francis Joseph. Mr. Clemens had expected to be received on the ordinary audience day, and his surprise was great when he was informed that he would be received in private audience. Conscious that the Emperor's time is precious, Mark Twain had written out a little German speech which he had learned by heart. But when he was in the imperial presence he was unable to utter a word, having simply forgotten his whole speech. However, the Emperor cordially shook hands with him and began an interesting conversation. He inquired about the author's stay here, and Mr. Clemens replied he had never felt so comfortable anywhere else, declaring Vienna to be a wonderful and delightful city, beautiful despite its enormous size, and from which he was carrying away many a fruitful idea that he hoped later on to turn to account. His Majesty referred to the efficiency of the American Army and Navy. After a rather long audience the Emperor dismissed the American most graciously, and the latter declares the audience will always remain one of his pleasantest memories. To the many people who asked him about the work he had done in Vienna, Mark Twain replied that he had written a book about present-day persons which, however, was not to be published till 100 years after his death. He left Vienna with a joke on his lips. Mark Twain's last words to the well-known Viennese humorist, Herr Purzel, were: "The New York papers have asked me about my audience, and I have telegraphed the following, which I consider quite nice, because it is dignified and does not give any information. It was only a pleasant, unconstrained private conversation on matters unconnected with international policy. I was very much wanted to explain my plan, now in the hands of the Secretary of State in Washington, for insuring universal peace, but I feared His Majesty would laugh, or else consider it too radical. Now," Mark Twain went on to say, "all the newspapers in America will telegraph to the Secretary of State to know what my plan is, and then they will learn that I have discovered a method of suddenly depriving the air of its vital principle, and thus of killing off the whole human race in 4 minutes." Dr. Johannes Horowitz. End of section 43, June 11, 1899. Twain's Farewell to Vienna. Read by John Greenman. Section 44 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. June 17, 1899. Dinner to Mark Twain. Friendly feeling between England and America, the keynote of speeches at the Hotel Cecil, London. London, June 16. The dinner given by the Whitefriars Club to Mark Twain, Samuel L. Clemens, this evening at the Hotel Cecil was a remarkable tribute to the author, and at the same time to the friendly relations existing between Great Britain and the United States. Each of the speakers, among whom were the Very Reverend S. Reynolds Hull, Dean of Norwich, United States Senator-elect Chauncey M. Depew, and Pulteney Bigelow, dwelt upon this theme. Mr. Bigelow presided, the guest of the evening being on his left and Mrs. Clemens on his right. The company included Max Orell, Paul Boulette, Robert Barr, the Misses Clemens, Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert Parker, T. P. O'Connor, Member of Parliament for the Scotland Division of Liverpool, Sarah Grand, Mrs. Frank Leslie, Miss Beatrice Harraden, and about 200 literary men and women. Louis Frederick Austin, in proposing Mark Twain's health, said:
What most appeals to men and women of his own calling, and what will ever cause Mr. Clemens's name to be associated with Sir Walter Scott's in similar circumstances, is his noble courage in misfortune, the high personal honor which accepted the penalty of disaster, and the undaunted toil that now enables him again to lift the colors of victory." The reply of Mr. Clemens, who was received on rising with prolonged cheers, was in his happiest vein, causing much laughter and applause. Mr. Depew, after a few humorous remarks and an eloquent tribute to Mark Twain, alluded to the change of sentiment in America produced by Great Britain's attitude and action during the Hispano-American War. He said: "When Captain Coughlin of the Raleigh returned from Manila, he told us about the different attitudes of Admiral von Dieterich and Sir Edward Chichester, and he told us, what we all in our hearts already knew, that the European powers, save England, sympathized with our enemies, and that it was only their knowledge that England would support us morally and actively, if necessary, which prevented their interference." Applause. "And it was this knowledge which made it possible for me, when addressing a political gathering of 20,000 people in America the other day, to take the Stars and Stripes in one hand and the Union Jack in the other, and not to hear one dissenting voice in that vast audience." A fitting climax was brought about at this point when Sir Edward Chichester, who had been prevented by another engagement from coming earlier, entered the room and was greeted with great cheering. Sir Edward, in a brief response to the reception accorded to him, expressed his admiration for Admiral Dewey and his officers, and for the American sailors generally. He said: "I was very glad to be at Manila, and the visit increased my respect for the American character. After all, blood is thicker than water. But I must not go on, for a friend of mine, Captain Coughlin, got into trouble through talking the other day." Laughter and cheers. After this, Mark Twain and Captain Chichester shared the honors of the evening, everybody desiring to shake hands with both. End of Section 44, June 17, 1899. Dinner to Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Section 45 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. June 24, 1899. Mark Twain's London speech. At a dinner of the Authors Club in London a fortnight ago, Mark Twain was a guest of honor. He was greeted with much enthusiasm, and, on rising, began by humorously saying that it did not embarrass him to hear works of his praised, it only pleased and delighted him. He had not gone past the age when embarrassment was possible, it was true enough, but he had reached that age where he knew how to conceal it. It was such a satisfaction to him to hear Sir Walter Besant, who was much more competent than himself to judge of his work, deliver a judgment which was such a contentment to his spirit. Well, he had thought well of the books himself, but he thought more of them now. It also charmed him to hear Sir Spencer Walpole deliver a similar judgment, and he should treasure his remarks also. He should not discount them in any possible way. When he reported them to his family, they would lose nothing. There were, however, certain heredities which came down to them, and which their writings at the present day might be traced to. He, for instance, read the Walpole letters when he was a boy. He absorbed them, gathered in their grace, wit, and humor, and put them away to be used by and by. And one did that so unconsciously. He was now reminded of what use those letters had been to him. They must not claim credit in America for what was given to them so long ago. They must only claim that they had trimmed this, that, and the other, and so changed their appearance that they seemed to be original. The gathering thus saw what modesty he had in stock, but it had taken long practice to get it there.
But he must not stand there talking. He had meant merely to get up and give his thanks for the pleasant things the preceding speakers had said. He wished also to extend his thanks to the Authors Club for constituting him a member at a reasonable price per year, and for giving him the benefit of their legal advice. He believed they kept a lawyer. He had always kept a lawyer, too, though he had never made anything out of him. It was of service to an author to have a lawyer. There was something so disagreeable in having a personal contact with a publisher. It was better to work through a lawyer and lose your case. He understood that the publishers had been meeting together. He did not know what for, but possibly they were devising new and mysterious ways of remunerating authors. He only wished to thank them for electing him a member of that club he believed he had paid his dues and to thank them for the pleasant things they had said of him. Last February, when Rudyard Kipling was ill in America, the sympathy which was poured out to him was genuine and sincere, and he believed that that which cost Kipling so much would bring England and America closer together. He had been proud and pleased to see this growing affection and respect between the two countries, and he hoped it would continue to grow, and, please God, it would continue to grow. He trusted they would leave to posterity, if they could not leave anything else, a friendship between England and America that would count for much. He added that he had been engaged for the past 8 days in compiling a pun. He had brought it there to lay it at their feet, and not to ask for their indulgence, but for their applause. It was in these words: "Since England and America have been joined together in Kipling, may they not be severed in twain." End of Section 45, June 24, 1899. Mark Twain's London speech. Read by John Greenman. Section 46 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. June 25, 1899. Mark Twain's first success. When Mark Twain first struck the trail and made for Nevada with the hope of finding a golden fortune there, the first town that he located was Aurora, which is situated about 100 miles south of Carson City. Aurora was so named because of the remarkable sunrise effects there. Every morning, when the sun began to climb up from the distant margin of the sagebrush horizon and illumined the bleak arrays of prospecting holes, the effect was one of such grandeur that the early settlers named their town Aurora. Twain seemed to see in the town the makings of a great city. Like all other Comstock mining camps, it had its rows of logwood saloons, its scattered cabins, its jail, and its church. The mayor was cheek by jowl with the deacon, and no man dared to be better than any other man under penalty of losing his poker license. Mark Twain took his stand with the others, and with the sturdy determination of a man who expects to see a 20-pound nugget turn up with every thrust of the pick, worked hard for many days. His little claim developed nothing, however, and the only gold he saw was the gold of his dreams. Finally he gave it up as a thankless job, and he would go about town making jokes and telling stories until he became the center of attraction at every social gathering. The 4th of July was at hand, and it had been decided to give a grand celebration. Twain was selected to arrange the program, and he put the mayor on the list as orator of the day. Now it so happened, as all old Comstockers can attest, that the mayor of Aurora was not elected for his judicial or scholarly qualifications, but because he was in the habit of opening more jackpots than any other man in town. Twain was told by the mayor that he could not make a speech, so Twain agreed to write one for him if he would read it. This was agreed on, and Twain saw a chance for a joke. He wrote a burlesque speech which he began with these words: "I was sired by the great American eagle and born by a continental dam." and winding up with, "The only mistake that Washington made was that he was not born in Aurora." The mayor could never tell why the populace laughed at him instead of taking him seriously. Mr. Joseph T. Goodman, then the editor of the Virginia City Enterprise, heard of the speech and wrote for it for publication. When he learned that Twain was the author he sent him a letter saying that if he was not making more money than a certain weekly salary would make him, he had better quit mining and become a reporter on the Enterprise. The first response was when Mark Twain walked into the Enterprise office. He did not even have a bundle tied up in a handkerchief. Instead, it was a roll of dirty blankets, which he carried on his shoulder, and which, with a shrug, he dropped. The next morning he did not change his raiment, nor did he seem to care to do so until his friends spoke to him about it. Usually it was hard to decide whether his shirt front was lined with tobacco splashings or tobacco with here and there a suspicion of linen. But he wrote droll stories, and the life of Virginia City was materialized by his pen from day to day either by a real literary picture or a literary caricature, some of which, it is said, were as fine as anything he has written since. End of Section 46, June 25, 1899. Mark Twain's First Success. Read by John Greenman. Section 47 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. July 15, 1899. Mark Twain's speech on the 4th. At the American banquet in London on July 4th, one of the speakers was Mark Twain, who, in speaking to the toast, said the previous speakers had left him little to say, but he noticed that they had considered the day from one side, its sentimental, patriotic, and poetical side. That was all right, but it had another side. It had a commercial side, a business side, and that side needed reform. They had heard nothing but compliments of the 4th of July, and the 4th of July was entitled to those compliments. Referring to its historical side, he took occasion to humorously criticize the use of the word "an" in English. He did not see why their cousins should continue to say "an hospital," "an historic fact," "an horse," and it seemed to him that the Congress of Women, now in session, should see to it, for "an" was having too much to do with the matter. This all came from habit. This reminded him of an incident at a luncheon the previous day. A great church dignitary went away half an hour before anybody else, and he carried off his, Mark Twain's, hat. Of course, in going out first he had the choice of hats. It was an innocent act, and was perhaps due to heredity. His head was no doubt full of ecclesiastical matters. He was absorbed in something that would benefit the church, and when a man was in that condition he would take anybody's hat. It was just a recurrence of a long abandoned habit of an ancestor, and he would not trust an ancestor with a hat or anything else. For 5 hours he, Mark Twain, was under the influence of the clerical hat, and during that time he could not tell a lie. In conclusion, the speaker said he hoped that the time would come when, wherever English and Americans found themselves together, they would feel that they were not aliens or strangers, but kinsmen of the same blood. End of Section 47, July 15, 1899. Mark Twain's speech on the 4th. Read by John Greenman. Section 48 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. July 29, 1899. Mark Twain's editions in England. It seems that the sojourn of Mark Twain in London is quite as likely to benefit the English people as it is himself. As was said in a cable dispatch to the Times Saturday Review not long ago, Mr. Clemens was in London in order to superintend the publication of an edition de luxe of his works. This edition will be presented simultaneously in England and America. But this is not all. We understand that there will shortly appear on the other side an authorized uniform edition of the entire works of Samuel L. Clemens. This last is the outcome of the constant appeals that have been made to the author of Innocents Abroad ever since his arrival in the British metropolis. But if a popular uniform English edition, why not a popular uniform American edition? Mark Twain first made his appearance in London in 1867 through a little volume of sketches headed by the celebrated story of the Jumping Frog. 3 years later appeared in London Innocents Abroad, or The New Pilgrim's Progress. In 1871 a number of works by this author were presented to the London public under various titles: Screamers, Eye Openers, A Burlesque Autobiography, and A Pleasure Trip on the Continent. All these books were published through Messrs. Houghton and were not authorized by the author. A collection of Mark Twain's writings was published over there by J. C. Houghton in 1873, entitled Choice Humorous Works, and to the following year Messrs. Chatto presented a collection called Choice Works, and then in 1876 came Tom Sawyer, and in 1880 Tramps Abroad, and so on, the later works being copyrighted editions. The edition de luxe now in preparation will be an autograph one in 22 octavo volumes. Innocents Abroad, together with a critical estimate of the famous humorist by Professor Brander Matthews, will occupy the first two. This critique includes 7,000 words and is said to be very exhaustive. The arrangement of the edition, which will be limited to something over 1,000 sets for America and England, is as follows: Books of Travel, The Innocents Abroad, illustrated by Peter Newell, 2 volumes, with biographical criticism by Brander Matthews. A Tramp Abroad, illustrated by T. de Thulstrup, 2 volumes. Following the Equator, illustrated by A. B. Frost, Frederick Dielman, and others, 2 volumes. Roughing It, illustrated by B. W. Kleindienst, 2 volumes. Life on the Mississippi, illustrated by E. H. Garrett, 1 volume. Fiction, The Gilded Age, illustrated by W. T. Smedley, 2 volumes. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, illustrated by J. G. Brown, 1 volume. Huckleberry Finn, illustrated by E. W. Kemple, 1 volume. Pudd'nhead Wilson, illustrated by E. W. Kemple, 1 volume. The Prince and the Pauper, illustrated by Frank T. Merrill, 1 volume. Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court, illustrated by Dan Beard, 1 volume. Joan of Arc, illustrated by F. V. Dumont, 2 volumes. Short Stories and Sketches, Volume 1, illustrated by F. B. Opper, 1 volume. Volume 2, illustrated by A. B. Frost, 1 volume. Volume 3, illustrated by Dan Beard, 1 volume. Literary Essays, 1 volume. A special feature of the edition is the series of frontispieces, which will be reproductions of photographs and paintings of the author made at a period near the time when the different tales were written. The portraits are etchings or photogravures, and include a reproduction of the latest portrait of Mark Twain painted by Spiridon in Vienna in 1898. With 2 exceptions, the illustrators of the volumes are Americans. Their names are J. G. Brown, A. B. Frost, W. T. Smedley, Peter Newell, B. W. Kleindienst, Dan Beard, F. B. Opper, Frank J. Merrill, E. W. Kemble, T. de Thulstrup, E. H. Garrett, F. V. Dumont, Frederick Dielman, Allen Gilbert, Thomas Fogarty, John Harley, and W. H. W. Bicknell. End of Section 48, July 29, 1899. Mark Twain's Editions in England. Read by John Greenman. Section 49 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. September 9, 1899. Mark Twain on Rudyard Kipling. A letter from Mark Twain addressed to a correspondent in Oklahoma is published in one of the Kansas City papers. It relates to Rudyard Kipling and was called out in an interesting manner. It seems that the students of Stillwater College in Oklahoma recently declared that Kipling was entitled to be regarded as the greatest living writer of English. Dr. Henry Walker of Oklahoma City disagreed with this verdict in a letter which he wrote to a paper published in Oklahoma City, and gave that proud eminence to Mark Twain instead. He sent Mr. Clemens a copy of his letter, and has received the following reply: Dear Dr. Walker, I thank you ever so much for the impulse which moved you to write the article, and for the article also, which is mighty good reading, and I am glad you praised Kipling. He deserves it. He deserves all the praise that is lavished upon him, and more. It is marvelous, the work which that boy has done. The more you read the Jungle Books, the more wonderful they grow. But Kipling himself does not appreciate them as he ought. He read Tom Sawyer a couple of times when he was coming up out of his illness, and said he would rather be the author of that book than any that has been published during its lifetime. Now, I could have chosen better. I should have chosen Jungle Books. But I prize his compliment just the same, of course. I thank you again, and heartily. I haven't the language to say it strongly enough. End of section 49. September 9, 1899. Mark Twain on Rudyard Kipling. Read by John Greenman. Section 50 of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. November 11, 1899. Mark Twain's boyhood. His absent-minded father accused of leaving him behind when he removed his family. From the St. Louis Republic. Mrs. J. W. Greening, Mark Twain's first cousin, and the close companion of his childhood days, lives in Palmyra, Missouri. They were born within a few weeks of each other in the little village of Florida, Monroe County, and for years were fast friends and playmates. Mark's father, and Judge John Quarles, Mrs. Greening's father, married sisters, the Mrs. Martha and Jane Lampton, and the two families moved together from Tennessee to Monroe County in 1835, when Clemens and Quarles engaged in the general mercantile business. In November of the same year the two children were born, in houses within a stone's throw of each other. When Mark was 3 years of age his father moved his family to Hannibal, but until he was large enough to set type in the Hannibal Journal office, most of the famous humorist's time was spent with his uncle on his Monroe County farm, where he had moved after retiring from the mercantile business at Florida. Mrs. Greening lives with her husband, a railroad man, in a comfortable little home. She is a retiring, pleasant-faced little woman, and strongly resembles her Aunt Jane, Mark's mother, a handsome crayon portrait of whom adorns the wall of the cozy little parlor. On the table in the same room is a collection of photographs of various members of the family, among them a recent one of her famous cousin, on the back of which is written in the humorist's bold chirography, "To Puss, from Cousin Sam." Puss is Mrs. Greening's girlhood nickname, and in family circles she still bears it. That Mark has not forgotten his boyhood playmate and favorite cousin is evidenced by the fact that regularly every month she receives a substantial check from him, at intervals a letter, and occasionally a new photograph. The checks have been coming with monthly regularity for many years, excepting a brief period when the publishing house in which he was heavily interested failed and Clemens was financially embarrassed. "Sam doesn't write very often now," said Mrs. Greening recently. "We used to keep up a regular correspondence, though, except when he was writing a book, and until that was finished the only news any of the family heard from him was through his wife. During these periods he quit writing letters altogether, and his best friends couldn't get a word from him directly." Mrs. Greening relates many interesting anecdotes of her childhood days, and is very fond of talking of her illustrious cousin. When a boy, Mark was inclined to be rather delicate, and for this reason his father permitted him to spend much of his time, especially during the summer, on his uncle's farm. The two cousins spent their days together fishing and romping over the farm, and the friendship of these days has not been obliterated by the years that have wrinkled the brows and frosted the heads of both. "Sam was always full of his fun," said Mrs. Greening. "He could play more pranks and escape with less punishment than any boy I ever knew. He was always so frank and good natured that everybody liked him, and while they all knew he was full of mischief, they made great allowances for him, and where most boys would have suffered severely for similar offenses, Sam usually went free. When a boy he was a victim of somnambulism, and a close watch had to be kept on him to keep him from meeting with some mishap. He was frequently found wandering around the house or yard in his sleep, and on several occasions had narrow escapes from serious falls. Sam had the family characteristic of absent-mindedness, but it was not nearly so strongly developed in him as it was in his father or his brother Orion. "Speaking of absent-mindedness," continued Mrs. Greening, "reminds me of how Uncle John forgot to take Sam along when he moved to Hannibal. The household goods had all been loaded in one wagon, and after it had started the family all piled into another wagon. After Uncle John had nailed up the doors and windows of the deserted house, he mounted the seat, clucked to the horses, and drove off, leaving little Sam making mud pies on the opposite side of the house. A half-hour later my grandfather, Wharton Lampton, father of the Reverend E.J. Lampton, formerly pastor of the Christian Church in Palmyra, came riding along and found Sam busily engaged in his culinary work. He appreciated the situation, and, lifting the boy up in front of him, rode after the movers, and when he had traveled 7 or 8 miles caught up with them. So busy were they contemplating what was then considered a long journey and making plans for their future that the absence of the to-be Mark Twain had not been noticed. The matter was taken as a huge joke by all concerned, Sam included, and the journey resumed. To those who didn't know the Clemens family this may seem a little overdrawn, but it is absolutely true. Orion, the oldest son, inherited a large legacy of forgetfulness from his father and grandfather, and when he married was guilty of a more absurd trick than the one just related. He was living at the time in Keokuk, Iowa, and went to Muscatine for his wife. The river was frozen over, and Orion and his wife were to go to Keokuk by stage. The next morning after the marriage, Orion left his wife in their room at the hotel while he went out to make arrangements about the trip. When the stage drove up, Orion, forgetting all about what he had gone to Muscatine for, calmly took his seat in the vehicle and was a mile out of town before he remembered he was married. The driver good-naturedly turned back, but it took Orion all the way to Keokuk to explain the matter to his wife. A great deal has been written about Sam and his family, but I don't remember to have seen the above stories in print, and they are too good to keep," concluded Mrs. Greening, with a quiet little chuckle. "I have seen it stated in the newspapers," said Mrs. Greening, resuming her conversation with reference to the Florida history of the Clemens family, "that the house in which Sam was born had been recently torn down, and the regret was expressed that it had not been preserved. This is a mistake, as the house is still standing, and is in much better shape than when Sam first saw it. It is now owned and occupied by Mr. John Goss, a merchant of Florida, and he has converted it into a neat and rather modern-looking residence. The Clemens family did live for a time in the house, which the relic hunters nearly hacked to pieces with their knives under the impression that it was Sam's birthplace, but in this they were much mistaken." End of Section 50, November 11, 1899, Mark Twain's Boyhood, and End of Mark Twain in the New York Times, Part 3, 1890 to 1899, read by John Greenman.